Hello there and welcome to today's live virtual workshop with me, Matthew Palmer. Looking forward to painting this beautiful steam train in a country setting. It's going to be a belter starting around 10 AM UK time. Get yourself geared up with a sheet of watercolour paper, folks. This is going to be a beautiful vignette. We're going to be working in a landscape orientation. This sheet of paper here is about 11 by 15 inch, but you know, size doesn't matter. Got some great giveaways happening during this workshop, and got some special giveaways if you book in to this workshop. You can see here on the screen. The next one is the 11th of July. Why is there not one next week? A couple of reasons, mainly because we've got a big family celebration coming up next weekend, the 4th of July. So I'll be away with the family, a special birthday coming up, and also it's the 4th of July as well, so we'll be skipping a week and then we'll get back to the weekly workshop. So the next one is the 11th of July, Sunday the 11th of July. Paint a stunning sea turtle in a beautiful coral reef. People's been asking for this for months and months. Here it is. Now's your chance, folks. As we stand here now, just gone 9:30 AM. We are probably 3/4, sort of 75% full for that workshop, so a great time to book in, of course, is now. The link is in the description and also on the email. If you book into that workshop, you stand a chance of winning some beautiful prizes. We've got £100, yes, £100 worth of art materials to give away, and to stand a chance of winning this beautiful prize, you've just got to be booked in to the workshop on the 11th of July, Sunday the 11th of July. Of course, if you can't watch it live, you can watch it at any time. It's yours to keep forever. So make sure you get yourself booked in. We're approaching 80% of the spaces have gone, and you can win £100 worth of art materials plus some other wonderful prizes. And I will see you at 10 AM for the steam train. See you in a bit. Take care. Hello there and welcome to today's live virtual workshop with me, Matthew Palmer. Looking forward to painting this beautiful steam train in a country setting. It's going to be a belter starting around 10 AM UK time. Get yourself geared up with a sheet of watercolour paper, folks. This is going to be a beautiful vignette. We're going to be working in a landscape orientation. This sheet of paper here is about 11 by 15 inch, but you know, size doesn't matter. Got some great giveaways happening during this workshop, and got some special giveaways if you book in to this workshop. You can see here on the screen. The next one is the 11th of July. Why is there not one next week? A couple of reasons, mainly because we've got a big family celebration coming up next weekend, the 4th of July. So I'll be away with the family, a special birthday coming up, and also it's the 4th of July as well, so we'll be skipping a week and then we'll get back to the weekly workshop. So the next one is the 11th of July, Sunday the 11th of July. Paint a stunning sea turtle in a beautiful coral reef. People's been asking for this for months and months. Here it is. Now's your chance, folks. As we stand here now, just gone 9:30 a.m. We are probably 3/4, sort of 75% full for that workshop. So a great time to book in, of course, is now. The link is in the description and also on the email. If you book into that workshop, you stand a chance of winning some beautiful prizes. We've got £100, yes, £100 worth of art materials to give away. And to stand the chance of winning this beautiful prize, you've just got to be booked in to the workshop on the 11th of July, Sunday the 11th of July. Of course, if you can't watch it live, you can watch it at any time. It's yours to keep forever. So make sure you get yourself booked in. We're approaching 80% of the spaces have gone, and you can win £100 worth of art materials plus some other wonderful prizes. And I will see you at 10 a.m. for the steam train. See you in a bit. Take care. Hello there and welcome to today's live virtual workshop with me, Matthew Palmer. Looking forward to painting this beautiful steam train in a country setting. It's going to be a belter starting around 10 a.m. UK time. Get yourself geared up with a sheet of watercolour paper, folks. This is going to be a beautiful vignette. We're going to be working in a landscape orientation. This sheet of paper here is about 11 by 15 inch, but you know, size doesn't matter. Got some great giveaways happening during this workshop, and got some special giveaways if you book in to this workshop. You can see here on the screen the next one is the 11th of July. Why is there not one next week? A couple of reasons, mainly because we've got a big family celebration coming up next weekend, the 4th of July, so I'll be away with the family, a special birthday coming up, and also it's of course it's the 4th of July as well, so we'll be skipping a week and then we'll get back to the weekly workshop. So the next one is the 11th of July, Sunday the 11th of July. Paint a stunning sea turtle in a beautiful coral reef. People's been asking for this for months and months. Here it is. Now's your chance, folks. As we stand here now, just gone 9:30 a.m. We are probably 3/4, sort of 75% full for that workshop. So a great time to book in, of course, is now. The link is in the description and also on the email. If you book into that workshop, you stand a chance of winning some beautiful prizes. We've got £100, yes, £100 worth of art materials to give away. And to stand the chance of winning this beautiful prize, you've just got to be booked in to the workshop on the 11th of July, Sunday the 11th of July. Of course, if you can't watch it live, you can watch it at any time. It's yours to keep forever. So make sure you get yourself booked in. We're approaching 80% of the spaces have gone, and you can win £100 worth of art materials plus some other wonderful prizes. And I will see you at 10 a.m. for the steam train. See you in a bit. Take care. Hello there and welcome to today's live virtual workshop with me, Matthew Palmer. Looking forward to painting this beautiful steam train in a country setting. It's going to be a belter starting around 10 AM UK time. Get yourself geared up with a sheet of watercolour paper, folks. This is going to be a beautiful vignette. We're going to be working in a landscape orientation. This sheet of paper here is about 11 by 15 inch, but you know, size doesn't matter. Got some great giveaways happening during this workshop, and got some special giveaways if you book in to this workshop. You can see here on the screen the next one is the 11th of July. Why is there not one next week? A couple of reasons, mainly because we've got a big family celebration coming up next weekend, the 4th of July, so I'll be away with the family, a special birthday coming up, and also it's the 4th of July as well, so we'll be skipping a week and then we'll get back to the weekly workshop. So the next one is the 11th of July, Sunday the 11th of July. Paint a stunning sea turtle in a beautiful coral reef. People's been asking for this for months and months. Here it is. Now's your chance, folks. As we stand here now, just gone 9:30 AM. We are probably 3/4, sort of 75% full for that workshop, so a great time to book in, of course, is now. The link is in the description and also on the email. If you book into that workshop, you stand a chance of winning some beautiful prizes. We've got £100, yes, £100 worth of art materials to give away, and to stand the chance of winning this beautiful prize, you've just got to be booked in to the workshop on the 11th of July, Sunday the 11th of July. Of course, if you can't watch it live, you can watch it at any time. It's yours to keep forever. So make sure you get yourself booked in. We're approaching 80% of the spaces have gone, and you can win £100 worth of art materials plus some other wonderful prizes. And I will see you at 10 AM for the steam train. See you in a bit. Take care. Hello there and welcome to the workshop, the steam train workshop. Welcome everybody. Thanks for taking time out of your Sunday or whatever day you're watching this back, because remember, this workshop is yours to keep forever. It's nice painting along live because you can ask questions, you can interact. How do you do that? You can use the chat on the little private YouTube world that we're in, or you can drop an email, and we'll talk a little bit about the email address later. So any questions you've got throughout the process for today, just fire over an email. But welcome. And yeah, so last week was the first Sunday we'd missed for quite some time on these live workshops, but of course last Sunday here in the UK was the Father's Day. Was it Father's Day around the world? I think it probably was. I'm never sure, but anyway, we're here. I'm looking forward to this one. The next workshop, you can see at the bottom of the screen here and over on the monitor up here, is the 11th of July. So yes, it means we're missing another week. It's just worked out that way because actually next weekend is a big family birthday celebration. So I will be away for a couple of days in Sherwood Forest, actually, at Centre Parks over at Sherwood Forest with the family. All weekend for a big 60th celebration. Not mine, obviously, but somebody else's. So looking forward to that one. But also next Sunday, of course, the 4th of July is the 4th of July. And we all know what that means for some people in the world. So we are skipping another week, but we will be back weekly after that. The next workshop coming up, you can see here, is Sunday the 11th of July. Okay, that's a fortnight today. One that you've been asking for, sea turtle in coral reef. You can see some inspirational images sort of here and here. So do get yourself booked in. As we stand here at the minute, we are over 80% full. Over 80% full for the workshop for the 11th. So you need to book in if you get a chance. £10, yours to keep forever. Some really wonderful techniques, some mixed media style techniques coming up for next week's workshop, so make sure you get yourself booked in. Looking forward to that one. But of course today is all about the steam train. Now, as well as the workshop running through today, we've also got some great giveaways. So every single person that is booked in to today's workshop, the 27th of June, will stand the chance of winning this. I'm just going to move the camera and show you. So here we're going to be giving away this painting here now. This is a print of the Flying Scotsman, which is probably the most famous steam train, certainly in the UK. Whether it's in the world or not, you could probably tell me, I don't know, but certainly here in the UK it's a very famous steam train. It was the Flying Scotsman. This is a one-off print. It's not available to purchase anywhere, so I'm giving this away for everyone that's booked in for the workshop today. So we'll pick that at the end. And also I'll be giving away this painting here, this sunset seascape as well. So I'll be giving that away as well to somebody. 2 prizes. If you're booked into the workshop, you're in the prize draw. It'll be picked random, okay? 100%. Next week's giveaway. So if you book in to this workshop on the 11th of July, if you book yourself into that workshop, £10 to book in, automatically you're entered in to stand the chance to win £150 worth of art materials. It's up here in this huge box. What we've got in there is a palette, book, paper, DVDs, a set of Matthew Palmer brushes, and a set of watercolours worth £49. So we've actually got and some masking fluid as well. So we've got a wonderful giveaway. It's just up here on the top of the shelf in this box here. That will be given away and sent out to one lucky winner, and also we'll be giving away this as well. And can I say a big thank you to Brian Green for sending me this, for donating this book here. Brian, thank you. This is one of my watercolour books. This will be signed and sent out to a winner. So 2 prizes, £150 worth of art materials and a Matthew Palmer signed watercolour book, which is here hanging around. That will be given away, plus that as well. And all you've got to do is book yourself in to the workshop on the 11th of July. The sea turtle with some wonderful techniques, wonderful watercolour techniques, and we'll pick the winner during next week's workshop. So if you book in, and remember we are almost 85% full for the sea turtle, you automatically entered into that prize draw. 150 quid with art materials. We're talking palettes, paper, brushes, 50 quid worth of watercolour, great prize, and loads of other cool, exciting goodies. Spaces are going quick, but today is all about the steam train. Here I've got my watercolour paper stuck to a board, geared up, ready for action. And at the top of the screen is the email address, so please make a note of that if you've not already. If you've got any questions, you can drop them in there. And I've stuck the paper to a board, quarter imperial, but size is not really an issue, okay, in this particular occasion. So it really doesn't matter. Just while we're talking through art materials, folks, for the workshop, head on over, get yourself booked in to the workshop. I'm just resending someone a link that's lost it. Just bear with me a second, folks. The fun of live broadcasting, sometimes people delete the links by mistake, that kind of thing, but I'm just going to resend it. I'll be 2 seconds and I'll be with you. So yeah, stuck to a board, slight tilt on your board. You don't need to worry about working on easels. That's not really an issue. Most people just use a table or something, or a desk. There we go, we're all set. Okay, so that's the paper, that's the email address. Make sure you send through any photographs of your painting, any problems you've got, painting problems of course, and also any assistance you require with anything. Okay, you can't go wrong. We've also got the live chat. As well. here's the palette. We'll talk about the palette, folks. Let's just talk briefly about the colours. We'll move this thing at the bottom of the screen in a second, don't worry. I shall be doing a bit of sketching here today. So if you've got your little sketching pencil and ruler and eraser, grab those, because yes, in theory you could paint the picture without sketching, but it's a steam train and it makes sense to do the actual sketch. We've got some colours here as well. So first of all, it's the primary colour. So we've got blue. This one's natural blue. Now if you've not got that, you could use French ultramarine blue, or you could use cobalt blue. I've got some red. This particular one is natural red. If you've not got natural red, you might have alizarin crimson or rose madder, but we'll use natural red. And then of course we've got some yellow. Natural yellow light is the colour what I'm going to be using. If you've not got this, you might have cadmium yellow or aureolin or gamboge. Pop that in there. Tend to use a lot of yellow in these workshops. Now if you've got some white paint, it is going to be very useful. This particular one here is natural white or opaque white. We do have a new white paint coming out later in the year, folks, a super opaque white, so keep an eye on Watercolour TV for that one. There you go. So opaque white, gouache white, acrylic, some kind of opaque white paint from the tube would be very useful. Not yet, but a little bit later. So that's going to be good. It's going to be a nice little one to do. And you can see I've popped them in the palette, all ready for action. A nice generous square. Now if you've got all the other natural colours, please do use them. Please do use those colours. It really doesn't matter. If you've got natural greys, natural greens, use them. But the three primary colours will be great for this. It's really all you need, and you don't have to worry too much about, you know, having every single colour. But what I want to do first, folks, is go through the sketch. Quick update on the spaces for next week's workshop. We are definitely at 85% full now, approaching 90, so you need to book in. You need to get yourself a space for that one. Remember, you can win 150 quid worth of art gear up there, and also this signed watercolour book. Thank you to sorry, I forgot, Brian Green. Thank you for donating that as a prize. Wonderful, you're a star. Okay, let's talk about the sketch then, folks. Here we've got the close-up of the board. We'll go through the sketch. Now, people often say, what kind of board do I use? Well, this is a wooden board. I've had it for quite a few years, and you can get these on Watercolour TV. These lightweight drawing boards. They're very nice things, actually. They really are. So certainly something to look out for. So stick it all four sides. We are going to do this in the form of a vignette. What do I mean by a vignette? Kind of like a soft faded edge. If you look at this painting here that I did a few years ago, this is a painting of the Festiniog railway in Wales. This is Snowdon here, the famous mountain, of course, in Wales. This is Portmaddock, steam train here coming down, and this is this was painted live actually on location on a painting holiday a few years ago. But this is the sort of style, this kind of faded edge style vignette is what we're going to do. Now it does make perfect sense, of course, to have a pencil sketch, so we're going to talk a little bit about that. And a couple of hellos and birthday wishes that have just come through. Barbara Alexander sent me an email saying her youngest grandson is 4 today, and he likes to paint along with us normally. So is it Freddie and Harrison? Hello to Freddie, hello to Harrison, and happy birthday as well. And also best wishes to Laura. Laura Young as well. Sounds like you need a bit of a cheer up. So listen, Laura, you paint along with this today, and you will be absolutely sound as a pound. You'll feel like the whole world, you just forgot all the troubles, and the painting is all that matters. So best wishes to that one. Let's talk about the sketch, folks, for the steam train vignette. We're going to get stuck into this. It's about bloody time. And I've got a pencil. What pencil have I got? I've got a 2B pencil, or a HB. Doesn't really matter, to be fair. I'm going to give it a bit of a sharpen. There we go. And we're going to do a bit of a sketch. The train is going to be kind of central-ish. We're going to talk a little bit about perspective, not much. We'll break the sketch down for you. I'll recap it afterwards. I know some people think that these workshops are about painting, but please do give people in the chat some encouragement that it's not just about that, because some workshops, not all of them, do involve a little bit of sketch, and sketching is, without question, part of what we're doing here. Okay, so let me make a start on this one then. We're going to sketch in the center of the train first. This is going to be a circular shape. Now feel free to draw around something circular, but how do you sketch in a circle if you haven't got that option? Well, let me just do something what I always do, and I'm going to mark at the side roughly the center. See the two little marks? And roughly the center at the bottom, that's outside the frame. So I put 4 pencil marks, well in this case pen, so you can see. I've popped those on the 4 sides, and that's just going to help me position things. It's going to help me position things into the picture. Okay, just going to pop things into place. Okay, so we'll just put 1, 2, 3, 4 central, obviously not on the paper, just on the actual surface there, and that's going to give us a good starting point for getting this in. Remember, it's going to be a vignette, faded edge. We're going to work central here, not going to fill the paper unless you personally want to do that, and then we're going to pop in the actual center of the train. Now I want to basically grab a ruler here first of all, okay, and I'm going to sketch in a circular shape. Now I'm working in inches. I will make this clearer for you in a second once I've popped it in, because it's something for the camera to focus on. What I'm doing here, and I'll make it clearer for you, just bear with me while I make the screen a bit darker so you can see what we're doing. If I do this, you can see the sketch much better. There it is. Now what I've actually done there, folks, is I've popped in a cross. Can you see that cross? Now that cross is 1 inch. It's 2 1-inch or 2.5 centimeter lines. Okay, that's it. I've popped that in. Now position wise, you can see it's central, but a bit to the left. That cross is a start of the steam train, believe it or not. Pop that in first, okay? A 1-inch cross. Keep it simple. It's all about keeping it simple here today. Pop that in, and then what you do, I'll get closer and you can see the position of the cross, can't you? There, okay. I'll get a bit closer into that cross, and then what I want to do is I want to take my pencil here, and very lightly I'm going to sketch in some little elliptical shapes. You can see those 4 little circular ellipses, and that makes sketching something circular nice and easy. Now if you just simply want to grab a large round coin that's about 1 inch diameter and sketch around it, please do feel free, but what I want to do here is do it freehand, and that's going to be the central head of the engine. This is going to be very much an English steam train. Okay, you can see why I've done this, you can see the reasons behind it. It's a 1-inch diameter circle. It's not going to be exact by any means. And then I'm going to do another one that goes around the edge of it. Okay, simply another. You can be quite free with your pencil here. We're doing a watercolour, folks. We're not doing this for architectural degrees in mathematical precision. Yeah, but I want to do that. Well, you can if you want to. I'm all about keeping it simple. We like it, folks. We like the sketching, but it really is. Keep that pencil sharp and keep it simple. Eh? A 1-inch circular thing. Yes. You can't go wrong. I mean, it's there. It goes in. It does its job. Right in the middle, you've got a nipple or a matron. There you go. And a line that goes down the middle of it like that. It'll all make sense. It'll all come out in wash. It'll all come out in the wash. 1-inch diameter, but then you make it wider by expanding on that 1-inch diameter. And then of course that central line, if you extend it up a little bit, you can actually do a little bit of a frowning smile at the top, just a little bit, and that will be a great way of popping in chimney. Is that the right pronunciation? And Matthews, I'm asking you for advice on this. See a little taper at the either side. That's the chimney. That's the chimney. Looks like a tennis racket at this stage. How tall is that? It's probably about 1 inch, to be fair. It's probably about 1 inch. Size is kind of irrelevant. This steam train is from the depths of Matthew's imagination. I've got inspirational photographs that I've taken on the North Yorkshire Moors Railway. Famous, of course, for Harry Potter. Famous, of course, for trying to think of the other one. Harry Potter. Recently, Mission Impossible with Tom Cruise was filming there, and Heartbeat, the Great British Sunday television drama. Yes, we like a bit of Heartbeat, don't we? Bit of Heartbeat. Can't go wrong, can you? No. Next to this, we're going to pop a much more of a sad face. Hey there, you in the sea. Sorry, I'll not sing. And then we're going to come down here with a vertical line. Look at that, eh? We've got that stumpy thing. Can't go wrong, can you? You can't fail at this. This is probably one of the more in-depth sketches we've done because it's a steam train. But just enjoy the techniques, enjoy the sketching. It'll take us about half an hour to sketch it in. I'll recap the sketch for you. You really can't go wrong. Trust me, I'm an artist. What could possibly go wrong? Now feel free to use a ruler if you wish. It's up to you. Brill. Now at the bottom of this little section here, remember there's only one measurement I've applied to this, and it was the middle, and it was 1 inch diameter. That's the only measurement I've applied to this so far, okay? That's it. The only measurement that has come into the thing yet. At the bottom of this, we're going to do a little bit of a straight line, and it's going to drop down either side like a giant staple. Now, if you wanted to get a measurement to that, it's quite easy to realise that it's pretty much the same width as that first circular shape. Okay? Stick with us, folks, because it's a free lesson. I'll just kick the camera because I'm excited. I'm excited because I missed last week doing the workshop. I'll be back this week, so that's what it is. You can smell the fear. I'm excited, fear. And then what we do is we do another line. Now these lines are horizontal. This line comes across, but this one goes a little bit further on the left. And it comes down. So if you notice where it comes to, can you see it's wider here than it is there? So on that side, it's only going to come to, say, here, like that. So it's actually a little bit wider, just a touch wider on this side, okay? Just a little bit wider on the left than it's on the right. That will help the perspective a little bit later on. Keep it simple. What we're going to do here is we're going to bring that across as a block, a rectangular block, like so. And then very loosely, we're going to sketch in 2 buffers, if that's the right way to describe them. 2 little circular Looks like a car, don't it? Two little circular spots, and they are the little sort of springy buffer things that stop you crashing into your train in front of you. As you can tell, I've done my research into steam trains. It's a buffery thing. That's what it's called. Google it, you'll find the real name for it. Smell the fear. Smell the fear. Okay. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. That leaves us in a situation almost ready for popping in some distant lines. Some distant lines. We're going to get some steam coming out of the top, smoke, whatever you want to call it. It's going to be a belter. It's going to be a belter. Looking forward to this one immensely. I'll recap this, yes. Someone's just asked that question. Okay, now once you've got to that position, this goes on. What we're going to do then is we're going to measure this. I'm going to take that from the end of the pencil to your thumb. When you see someone doing this, that's what they're doing. They're measuring from here to there. I'm going to move that right to the edge and double it up. So from here to here is twice, so there's one, there's two, it's twice this. Does that make sense? It's twice the length, the width, whatever. This logic I've always applied to sketching, and it's always been a nice relaxed thing to do. Hopefully a relaxed thing to do. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to start to use a pencil and pop in a little bit of perspective, not much, just a touch. And if you treat it as a clock face from this corner here, put the ruler on and then slightly go up from that corner, slightly creep up. Imagine it's about 2:30, 2:45, and pop in a very weak pencil line, something like that. A very weak pencil line, shooting up on that angle, just a little bit, not a huge amount. So if you follow the angle on the screen, can you see from this corner here, it's going up, it's pointing up to about 2:45, 2:30, 2:45. Then if you come down a little bit and then make the line a bit steeper, I'll show you that again. This line is going to be pointing up to about 2 o'clock. So if you come down from that line and then do that, can you see the width I've left? And it's about 2 o'clock. And what I want to do here, folks, I want to sketch in. So if you notice the width here, yep, I'll show you that again. I just had an email come through. So bring it down and then pivot it. Still pretty close to the back. Can you see? But it's pointed about 2 o'clock. And then just pop in a pencil line like that. A pencil line that shoots off. I'll zoom back on that. That shoots off downwards on an angle. Position on the whole picture. And then if you do another one, about there. Pretty much a perfect match. Pretty much a perfect match. You can see those angles there. So that line pretty much matches that line. There's a slight difference, but to be fair, keep it simple. Keep it simple. That's always going to be the trick here. Those two lines are going to represent the track of the train. The train track, the track, the train. The track, not the train, the track, but the train. Not the train, but the track. You got that, didn't you? That made perfect sense. Of course it did. Just a quick size check, folks. This little sort of front panel here wants to be about 1.5 times the width. So if you need to make this panel here a little bit wider, then please do that. I'm adding a bit of width to it. I've just made it a touch wider for me because it's basically 1.5 the width of that front of the engine. Give or take, give or take. So you can always add a bit of width to that. I'll break all this down. Treat this as a great lesson in sketching as well as, of course, painting. So we've got 3 basic guidelines. Now don't forget, at any time you can pause the video, skip it back, rewind it, and of course if you're watching it after the live event you can also skip backwards and forwards, of course. Everyone loves perspectives. Or not, maybe. Okay, now what's important at this point is this pencil line here. This pencil line here, which I want to recap those for you, just in case, make sure you've got them right. Hay fever, terrible on the chest at the minute. Here we've got a line that kind of goes up about 1/4 to 3, and then these ones are much steeper for the actual track itself. Yes, I can recap those for you. Someone's just asked for a recap, no problem. I'll take them out. First one, from the corner, pointing up on an angle to about 1/4 to 3, 2:30, and it's basically about twice the length of that first line. Okay, then here we come down from that line and then we angle it to about 2 o'clock, and then you pop a line coming down, then you move up a little bit, not much, and do another one, something like that. Okay, two basic guidelines for the track. Okay, then we're going to work above this line here. This line here is going to be the workhorse, if you like, because the engine will be about this sort of size, and then we'll have a couple of carriages at the back as well. So let's just work this out again. Before you progress, just double check that the line you've got here, you've got twice the width of this is there. From here, twice this to there, basically. Keep it simple. Drawing. Okay, let's pop in some L shapes. What do we mean by L shapes? The first L shape is going to come from about here and drop straight down. That's a nice simple L shape from here and straight down. Okay, how long is the funnel? Carol, that's the first time I've ever been asked that question, but it's about 1 inch. Can't go wrong. Just let me fix my white balance. Bear with me, folks. Anticipation's half the fun. There we go. We've got our white balance fixed. It was a bit yellow. It was a bit yellow, but now we're cured. We're cured. White balance is the temperature of the screen. It was a bit yellow, but we're okay. We're good. Right, so that was an L shape. Yes, it was. And then what we'll do is between the circular thing here and the L shape, very soon we'll pop in some detail. Now, we're going to go straight up from here, like that, straight up, and apply a very gentle curve. And just here, we're going to have the first little window. Okay? The first window. I will check the sketches. I'll check the sketch for you, so you can send the sketches over. Once we've done, I will open up the floor. You can send in your emails. Even if you're watching this later, you're painting after, please do send them through. I'll check them for you. If you send them at 3 in the morning, I might not be able to do it then. So don't expect instant results. If you're watching live, and there's about 160 people watching live today, please do send them through, and I will check the sketches for you when we have finished. We're not quite there yet, and I want to recap the sketch. So you keep saying, right, beautiful. So let's check some lines here. Remember this line here, beautiful. We've got this line here for the track, but then what we need is a line, quite a steep line that comes down. A steep line that comes down at the back. Now this one is going to point down to about 4 o'clock from this top corner, from this top edge. It's going to come down like that. Can you see that angle? If you've got a sheet of watercolour paper, let me give you a tip, folks. I'll come back here just for a second. What you can do, if you've got yourself a sheet of watercolour paper or something, and a ruler, hold it up near the screen, and close one eye, and copy the angle from my screen to your paper. That's a way of creating that edge, if you're not showing the angles, that is. Beautiful. Marvellous. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to come down from here as well, just a little bit, and do another L shape. Notice the angle of this. Notice that angle here, down to there. Slightly the same as the top one. Now I'll be honest, that window line I have actually popped slightly too far across. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that out just for a minute. I'm going to do it again from here. From here, I want to redo that. See, I brought it from here, and that's where the window would be. So I've brought it from there to there. I've just extended it over a little bit. That's better. Slight alteration there, folks. Slight alteration. Slight tweak. A tweak. We can get away with that, can't we? Then what we'll do is we will pop another line that comes down here. With a slight lean at the bottom. Down and lean it in a bit. And that will have a bit of a L shape there to represent a bit of a window. Like so. Make sure these lines are nice and vertical. Even if they don't look it on my screen, it's because the angle of the camera. Stick with us, stick with us. You can smell the fear, can't you? Marvellous. Okay, now we've kind of got the basis of the engine here. We are going to pop in a little bit of a roof just here, a bit of a rectangular block just there. Can you see that little bit of a little wedge I've sketched in here? Okay, almost there, believe it or not, almost there. Remember the thing where we did the thumb? Well, I want to measure from here, from the edge of the face plate to the edge of the cabin door. So what I've done is I've captured to the widest point from here to about there, which is where that roof comes. So then I want to move that across and mark down, make it a little bit wider. Excuse me, make it a little bit wider, like that, a little bit wider. I'll show you that again, from the edge, and make it a little bit wider, and then mark that in. So basically from here to there is the distance from here to there, plus a bit extra, plus a little bit extra. And then what you're going to do, folks, is put lots of vertical lines on. So let's bring a vertical line here, like so. Again, try and make sure these lines are nice and straight, it says. And then we'll pop another one about halfway. Marvellous. And then we'll do another one that is actually not quite as wide, but about here. So we'll pop in 1, 2, 3, 4 vertical lines. Vertical lines is what I'm interested in. Let me come back here a little bit. So again, I've measured from here to there. I made it a bit wider, and that's the overall width. And then I've popped in these pencil lines. Just kind of loosely look at the width. It's not going to be precise by any means. Marvellous. Now, that's going to be the carriages at the back. So we're going to sketch in a line across the top of them, like so. And then we'll sort of double that line up a little bit at the top. We'll double the line up at the top. And at the bottom as well, we'll also add a line across the bottom, like so. And then about halfway, we're also sketching a line with lots of thin slits. They've not got to be precise, and nobody's counting, unless of course you want to, that is. Give it a sketch. I will check your sketches. It's a good job. I will check your sketches. Quick pencil sharpen. Now, this pencil line here, which is where the carriage kind of begins, what we're going to do there is we're going to slightly curve the pencil in a little bit. See that little slightly curve? And we'll do the same on all of those little bits. Just pop a little bit of an inward curve and then just pop a line that gradually gets slimmer as it goes off. See the little curve? That little inward tuck towards the left, and then just continue that across. And then between these 2 points, that's where the main wheels are going to go. And luckily quite a lot of them are obstructed by steam. We curve, we come out and we do a curve line, and we come down until it meets that point. Can you see the curve? See the curve between the gaps? I'll recap all this. Trust me, stay with us folks. The sketching on this one is the tricky part, but hopefully enjoyable. Hopefully enjoyable. We can see we've got the basis of the steam train. Just by putting these carriages on, we've got the basis of it. And it, overall size of the train so far from one side to the other is just under 6 inches. And then we'll have trees around. It's going to be a lovely thing to work on. So just enjoy the process. Just enjoy it. The painting will be nice and easy, he says. Let's focus on the engine for a little bit now, folks. Let's pop in some detail on the engine. Okay, so just here, we're going to pop a circular shape, and just here, we're going to pop a circular shape as well. So two circular shapes, like so. This one and this one. And then we're going to have a lovely little arch that goes from the back of that and comes down like a little molehill. So a little mound, little hill tucked at the back, and a little bit of that same hill just coming over just there. You just can't quite see it, but it just creeps in just here. Look at the back, just slightly creeps in at the back. That's okay. You go through there. We've got a special guest in the studio, folks. Jacob wants to come and quickly say good luck with your steam trains. There you go. In that camera there. This one. Say good luck. And say hope everybody's okay.
Hope everyone's okay.
And have a wonderful workshop.
Don't say my better.
And say you're better as well.
And my better.
And blow the kiss.
And I will over it for.
Bye bye.
Today I'm sitting on my tan bit.
Oh, good idea.
I do na.
It wanted to say hello there. Thanks, guys. Right, okay. Perfect. Now, that's pretty much the engine in place. It wasn't too... I don't think it was as not stressful, but as taxing as the Panda one. But what I want to do is pop in some little rectangular shapes just here. I'll move my hand in a minute. A couple of little rectangular shapes just there, folks, for little cylinders. Can you see those little 2, 1, 2? Yeah? And then we've just got another one creeping in just on that side as well. Beautiful. we have a train waiting for some bogies and some tracks. Bogies and tracks. That's the next stage, popping the bogies and the tracks on. Just give you a second just to get yourself geared up for that. So that's how the sketch is looking, nice and steam train like. It's amazing how these things come together. Hope you enjoy this one, folks, because it's going to be a belter. A few people have said they've had a problem getting a perfect circle here. Try sketching round if you've got a large coin, like a £2 coin or maybe a dollar coin. They still exist, dollar coins. Who knows? I don't have no idea. I'm sure they do. Sure they do. Looking good though, looking good. Happy with the sketch so far. Now, before we move on to the tracks and the wheels, which are very simple, we just want to have a little chat about the perspective lines in a second. Almost. Love the sketch, how it's come together. Really pleased with that. Like I say, I will check yours for you on email, and also I will recap. Okay. This first pencil line here, these two perspective lines at the bottom, these are the ones that represent the track. So we need to put them in place, in the right place. They may need tweaking, let's talk about that. Nice and close here. The first one, the first perspective line for the track is about 1/4 to 1/2 inch lower than this point. So it's between 1/4 and 1/2 inch from there to there, okay? And what we'll do is we'll line it up with this dome here, and we'll simply sketch in a bit of a, like that. Quite a loose sketch, and we'll do a couple more of these. We'll put one here as well, like that, and then we'll do another one. Yeah, so we've got 3 of those. Yes, 3 of those, and then we'll do a couple more. So I've sort of done 2 under each carriage. Notice I've done them quite freely, quite loosely. Yeah, it's just like a U shape. It's a U shape. Okay, keep it simple, keep it light. It's not a perfect circle. We're looking down the edge of this thing. Vicky's enjoying the sketching. I'm glad, Vicky, because it's always a bit of a worry because some people don't like the sketching, but the majority of people love it. Not every workshop features this amount of sketching, obviously, but a steam train, naturally, is going to feature it. So you can see I've put 3 under the engine and 2 under each carriage. That's enough. This is going to be dark. There's going to be a bit of steam here as well, so it doesn't really matter too much. Andrew Mayer's got a problem with his front circle. Having problems sending pictures. Nothing attached, Andrew. Try a £2 coin if you can dig one out, or the lid of a masking fluid bottle, maybe that might possibly work. You know, something like this. Maybe a little bit. That's a bit large, possibly, but that kind of thing. That's the only bit that's really precise, if I'm honest. That central circle, so I'm not too worried. So how do we get the position of the second track? Well, already I can see it's wrong. My advice to you is to take the highest line off, okay, and then very loosely imagine where this wheel would be. I would say it would be about here. It would sit level, horizontally level with the first one. You can see I've sketched a bit of a straight line across here. So that's where that one would sit. Somewhere like that. Which then, you can see the train. This then gives us perfect precision for getting the opposite track. Let's come back on the sketch, okay? So you can see I've sketched a straight, a horizontal line from the bottom of this wheel here. Bogey. Is that what you call them? Bogies, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Sure you do. And then it's simply a case of taking this track and moving it up a bit and popping it on. So they're quite close together, as would be expected. As would be expected. So at the minute, this matches this. These two angles, that matches that. But we're going to tweak the bottom track. Oh yes we are. We're going to take the bottom track, which is currently this. I'm not going to move this, and I'm going to basically pivot that up very close so it almost meets here. I want to show you that again. I'll show it again. So just have a quick glance up for me. Ruler or straight edge piece of paper will do the job. Pop it on the current track. Make sure it doesn't go away from this wheel here, but bring it up, pivot it. Can you see I've got a steeper angle, and then sketch in a new line. Sketching a new line. So you can see I've angled that line down. I've twisted it. Why have I done that? To get a better perspective on the track. I'm going to take away the original one and then bits at the back. Now, all that simply means is that we need to make the wheels a little bit shorter, which is just that simple U shape as we mentioned. That U shape. Dead simple. And that's given us a much better angle for the track. This is the way I would sketch myself. If you want to do a bit of a curve around the back as well, folks, see the curve? See the little hook at the end? The track will sweep around the corner. Why not? Sod the expense, you can do this. Just a quick update for next week, folks. Lots of you are booking in for next week while we're just finishing the sketch off. We're just about there with the sketch now. So please do make sure that you get yourself booked into this workshop. Spaces are going quick. It's getting. I've got my iPad here with all the bookings on, around 90% full. So it's getting there. Yes, £150 with VAT materials, and also a signed book as well, a signed watercolour book by me. So make sure you get yourself booked in. Looking good here, folks, on the sketch. Make sure these pencil lines are quite definite. What we're going to do now is make the track a little bit wider, just a touch. We'll start with the distant one. We'll make it wider. Double the line at the bottom of that one, and then on this one here, we're going to double the line at the top. There you go. So you've got a double line for the track, but only there, just at the front. And then what you do is you take your ruler, and this is important that you put these in horizontal, but you sketch in every so often some horizontal sleepers. Just put some little horizontal lines with a little downward drop either side. Just a few little horizontal lines. A few horizontal lines. Okay? That's all we need to worry about at this particular stage. You're pleased to know. And that is the entire sketch for today's picture. I want to recap it for you. You can see where it is. It's come together nice. So over here we're going to have trees, we're going to have banking, sidings and whatever we decide to fill in. But all the background will be painted in with no sketching. That's the sketch. Let me do a very quick recap of the entire sketch for you. Okay, a quick recap of the sketch. All right, I'll bring this scrap piece of paper into play. So we're going to come down here. So this is going to be on a steep angle. So we started off with a cross, which you pop these little circular, and that's how you get a circle. Okay, now I doubled that up, if you remember. We doubled it up, and then I extended that up about 1 inch, and that was the funnel. There was a second funnel, which was a curve. Okay, this is very loose version, as you can see, quick version. Then what we did is we popped in that little bit of a sort of flat edge, which then had this platform here, in front of it, which came a bit further over towards the left. Okay, the little car. This is a very rough version, as you can see. Then I got you to use your ruler, and I got you to put a line that was about 2:30 going up, like so. And then we popped some more lines for the track as we've just broken down, but we'll come back to that in a sec. We then measured the width of this and popped it here, and that was where these lines started to come in. So we started off with an L shape here, which had another little L shape next to it, and but that one came up, and that was the roof of the train. Okay, very simple. We popped in a little bit of a wedge just there as well, and that then gave us a chance to sketch in a downward line pointing to about 4 o'clock, which was the carriage. Now, as far as doing the carriage, I measured that entire width from the edge of the faceplate to here, and that was pretty much where we was going to go for this. And you can see, you can sketch in, I put 1, 2, 3, and the 4th line was there, and that was the carriage. We popped some extra lines on, if you remember, but basically just putting all these little lines on because it's very foreshortened, and that gives you the carriage. And you can see how the train came together, a loose version. We added a little bit of a drop here. I know I'm rushing, folks, but this is a quick recap. If you want a full recap, pause the video at the bottom of the screen somewhere. If you put your finger over it, or if you press the rewind button on your remote control, you can go back and watch the entire sketch again. This is yours to keep. Remember that. It's important to say that. This is your workshop forever. Just enjoy it. Just enjoy the process. Okay? Brill. And then, of course, we had the little bit of the fancy curve thing going off here. And that's where the U shape started to come in for that. But that's basic recap of how the train kind of came together. There it is. I'll leave it on screen. I'm happy with that. What we're going to do now, folks, is pop this on the top. That's the email address. That's the email address just here. If you want to take a photograph with your phone and send it on email, absolutely, I will answer live. I'll check the sketches. I'll make sure that you're not too much out of place with anything, and then we'll start to put some paint to paper. Also, absolutely 100% great time to book in for the workshop, of course. And of course, it's a sea turtle on a beautiful coral reef. Send them over, folks, on email. I'll check them out for you. We'll have a look at the sketch and we'll shout out live. So also, if you're happy with your sketch, it's a good time to put the kettle on and come back in 5 minutes. Send them through, drop them on email. Let's have a look at them. Beautiful. Jackie Pullen. From the looks of it, are your vertical lines vertical? Because it looks as though you photograph your paper on an angle. So as long as your funnel lines, all those lines, every single line, folks, on the sketch, have a look on screen, need to be level with the edge. Vertical, 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 vertical. All of these lines are straight, level, vertical, okay? Just double check that for me. Also, by the looks of it, Jackie, the actual wheels, you've done them very much like a U shape, like that, whereas they want to be more pointy U shape. See the difference? So just, that's kind of right and that's kind of wrong. So just make sure it's got more of a point at the bottom, okay? Carol Apps thinks the wheels are wrong. Yeah, Carol, so you've done a perfect circle. But if you look at the sketch, you'll see that they're not perfect circles. You're just seeing half the wheel, okay? You're just seeing half the wheel, that's all you're seeing. But the steam train, brilliant, well sketched. Barbara Keenan, again, you've done almost perfect circles for the wheels, maybe just make them less circular. Margaret Ohms, yes, that's good. Sylvia Jones, yes. Heather Burley, yes. March, Anne. Try and make your wheels a bit slimmer. Look at the width of them on my screen. Not quite as wide. Peter Loss, spot on, Peter. Jill Payne, yes, good stuff. Barbara Jenkins, good sketch, yep. Alison Turner, Betsy Ensley and Vivian Day, yours is just transferring, downloading. Alison Turner, yes. Betsy Ensley, yes. Vivian Day, yes, good. Irene Style, Mary Kelly, Karen Wolf, yours is just transferring. Irene Style, spot on. Nice perspective there, Irene. Yeah, so someone's put that mine looks drunk. It's the camera, honestly. If I tilt this forward, it's nice and straight. It's the angle of the board on the camera. You can never get it perfect. It's called, getting technical, it's called converging verticals. Vertical perspective, which is a swine to say. Mary Kelly, yes, good sketch, Mary. Karen Wolf. You've done your wheels a bit circular. Remember, you only made to see half the wheel. Only made to see half the wheel, okay? So it's the bottom curve, if you like. Maybe 2/3 you see, but you certainly don't see a lot of it. Jeff Moon, yours is transferring. Ray Russo and Meg Farr. Meg, yours is good. Ray Russo, yours is still coming. Jeff, you're good. Yep, good, Jeff. Ray Russo, yes. Dean Arbra, and Jean Pippin. Jean, yours looks great. Dean, yes, well done. Nice sketches, folks. I think a lot of people were having a bit of a panic about the old steam train, but you know something? You've done a great job. You've done a great job of the sketches so far. Keep them coming through. Send them through if you want me to check them, folks. Now's the time. Again, if you're watching this at a later stage, please do send them through and I will send a reply if I'm not, if I'm available. Jean Pippin, you're good. Dave Frosbury, choo choo. Very nice. Mary O'Reilly, yours is just transferring. Mary O'Reilly, yes. Roger Cleaver, yes. Pauline Lacey, yours is thingy. Downloading is what I meant to say. Pauline, just make those wheels a bit straighter. Just imagine in the middle of those wheels there's a nice straight line, a nice vertical line on screen. Let me show you, Pauline Lacey. If anyone's got wheel trouble, let me show you. Basically, imagine there's a straight line down the middle and it kind of goes to a point, but a curvy point. Quite a lot of people are doing this, which is not how they would be. So basically it's a line down the middle, a straight line, and then it kind of curves. So the top of the wheel is actually hidden under there. You can't see it. So imagine there's the egg shape, but all you see is that bit there. Okay? That's the bit that people's having the biggest trouble with, is there are wheels. Myra Poydsley, Clive Leyland and Jill Lewis, yours is transferring. Clive Leyland, yes. Myra, however you say it. Good sketch. Just tweak the wheels, make sure they're not too circular. Jill Lewis, yes, you're fine. Melissa Pravanio and Jackie Pullen, yours is just transferring. Jackie, you've cracked it there, as long as those lines are all matching, which look as though they are. Melissa sent a couple through, which one's the best? I'm just waiting for those to download. And also Martin. Martin Plant, waiting for yours as well. There's a lot of emails coming through, so it does take a while for the picture to download sometimes. Again, folks, while you're waiting, get yourself booked in for this. Get yourself booked in for the old sea turtle in the coral reef. Next week's not next week, it's the week after, the 11th of July. Fortnight today, folks. Normally the workshops are weekly, but we are missing next week because of a family celebration and Independence holiday in America, of course. Melissa, yours is still downloading, transferring. Martin, you're good. Apart from your funnel. Your funnel's got a bit of a wide bottom. That came out wrong, Martin, I apologise. But just make sure it's... Have a look at mine, you see it's getting worse. Make sure it's quite slim. March, Anne. Yours is downloading. Elaine Reed. Heather Laverty. March, yours is good. Elaine Reed, yours is still downloading. It's taking a while. Melissa, yours is still downloading as well, actually. The airways are blocked with steam trains today. Let's reload it. Ah, there we go. Melissa. Okay, so both of them, I feel you've put this one, the first one, is spot on. The first one is bang on. Both of them work, but the first one's got the edge. Both of them's got the edge. So let's do a recap. Martin, yes, you got to do your funnel. Marchan, you're good. Elaine Reed, yes, you've sent 2, but they're both good. Heather Laverty, yes, that's good. Mary O'Reilly, wonderful sketch from your 9-year-old granddaughter. Hello to Olivia. Hope you're enjoying painting the steam train. Brian Green, yes, make sure those wheels are nice and straight, Brian. And of course, Brian sent the book. Thank you for that. Wendy McCabe. Good sketch, nice, clean, crisp lines. Michelle Cummins has lost a link. Okay, right. We can do that. Derek Nelson, hi, am I missing something? Are you not doing one on the 4th? No, as I mentioned at the beginning, Derek, the 4th of July, I'm actually not here, so I'm actually away for a 60th birthday celebration with all the family at Centre Parks, which is like a holiday place for those who don't know. So yes, we're missing next week, folks, but then we're back on the 11th. Get yourself booked in, and then we're back every week from that point on. Okay. Tricia, you're fine. Jeanette Haynes, just make sure those wheels are straight. Jeanette, those wheels need to be straight. They look like they lean in. So imagine down the centre of each wheel, a straight line. I'm trying to get the camera to show you this. Where are we? There you go. So imagine there's a vertical line down the middle of each one. And that's how you get the wheels right. The wheels are proven to be the biggest problem for people. Okay. Ian Raw, your sketch is good. Martin, funnel adjustment. Yes, that's better. Rosemary Edkins and Diane Swain, yours is just transferring. Rosemary Atkins, yours is fine. Diane Swain, yours is fine. Heather Laverty, Rosemary Harrison and Pam Forster. Heather Laverty, you're good. Rosemary Harrison, you're good. Pam Foster, yes. Excellent. So far, so good, folks. I'll keep an eye on the sketches, but we shall move on and put some paint to paper. Fran Bedford, yours is fine. Julie Morby. Pauline Lacey, Paula Bates, Denise Scott. Yours is transferring over. Paula Bates, yours is fine. Julie Morby, you're good. Pauline Lacey, yes, you've cracked it there. Better. Denise Scott, yes. Mary's 7-year-old grandson, hello to Mally. Great name. And say hello to Jacob as well. Beautiful sketch there, Mally. Hello to you. And Laura Critchley, yours is just downloading as well. Lovely sketch. Carol Apps, yes, you've got your wheels cracked there, Carol. Not literally, because that'd be dangerous. But you've got your wheels fine. Beautiful, beautiful, Carol. You've done it, you've done it. Ray Russo, I'm really enjoying learning sketching techniques. That makes a difference. Yes, Ray, I'm glad, because there's only been 1 or 2 negative comments over the past year about the sketching, saying that it says there's no sketching, but there's some things you have to sketch, and this is one example. And this is the only place that I've ever taught sketching in my 25-year teaching career. So enjoy this. Martin's got to go to work. He's going to carry on later. Claire Frost, you've sent me a message. Let's have a look, Claire. Yes, good. Sue Bruges is a great place. Nice beer, I seem to remember. Perfect. I'll keep an eye on those emails, folks. What we're going to do now is reset the colour palette, and we're going to chuck some paint on the paper. There we go. A few things that you might want to do on your pencil sketch before we move on. You might want to just rub away some of the middle lines. I mean, all that's going to be dark anyway, it doesn't really matter too much, but we can take away some of that. But that's the sketch. Make sure your pencil's quite definite, and we'll zoom back. That's the whole picture now. There it is, ready for action. So it's going to be a case of painting in some nice landscape now, folks, before we get on the train. So grab your water. Get some kitchen roll in case you start crying. It's interesting because we've lost about 10 people. People do have to drift off. I mean, that's why it's never so important to say that you do need to stick with these things. Come back to it, continue, finish it off. We've got the sketch. The sketch in its own right is a lesson. We know that. We are ready to chuck some paint to paper, and we're going to go through the colours with you. Here's the palette. There's the palette, all geared up and ready for action. There we are. Okie dokie. So, beautiful way of working then. Put those colours away. So using the primary colours that we mentioned at the beginning, I'm going to paint a sky and some background first, okay? So I've got a big brush here. This particular one is the size 20 brush that we talk about. So actually, throughout the picture, the main brushes are going to be these 3. I mean, if you want to use any other brushes, you can do. So I've got a 20, a 10, a 6. Those are the brushes. Here's the palette. I've got the yellow, the red, the blue, plus the white is going to be very useful. All the brushes that you might want to use would be a detail or a rigger brush and a square flat lift out brush if you've got them. Okay. Wonderful. Okay. Lovely. Let's go straight in then. Just to quickly mention a little bit, actually, just while I think on, folks, about this one, because I need to tell you this one. Because of COVID and all this business, I'm sure you know, if you've tried to purchase anything from, you know, from garden furniture to barbecues to whatever, supply is catching up. Now, as of tomorrow, Tuesday, prices of art materials, not just from Watercolour TV, but also from the SAA, are going to creep up by about 7 to 10% across the board. So here's a little tip for you. It's a good day, Sunday the 27th of June, to order some art materials, whether it's paints, paper, brushes from Watercolour TV. Our prices aren't going to creep up as quick as the SAA prices will, but they will be going up in the next few days. So I'm giving you guys a bit of warning here. If you want to save yourself a little bit, get some paper, get some paints, get some brushes. Everything on Watercolour TV is either the SAA membership price or less. Prices will creep up a little bit, so just bear that in mind. And it's nothing to do with just charging more, it is supply. Honestly, Brexit's affected it, and so has COVID massively. So there's a bit of a heads up for you. Get yourself some paper, brushes, paints ordered. Especially paints, get yourself some paints. Beautiful. Sorry, just drifting off there. We're not going to creep our prices up just as quick as what the SAA will, but the prices will be going up-ish, sharpish. Big brush. Okay, what we're going to do here is pop a little bit of water and get some blue. A beautiful blue sky is required. There it is, the blue sky. A nice bit of blue, look at that. I'll pop the colours on here for you. Nice bit of blue. You can't beat a bit of blue in the morning. Natural grey, everything's in stock. Everything's in stock. It's a good day to get yourself some orders in. If you want to save a couple of bob, now's a good chance to do it. Okay, I'm sure that some of you ordered some bits over the weekend and various things anyway, but just to mention that too. Between you and me. Okay, that's good. What we're going to do then is take a very, very pale red. Very pale red. I mean, almost invisible, if we're being honest. So, pink. A very pale pink. Lots of water here. Very light. If I put that just there, folks, you'll barely see it. Can you see that very pale pink just at the top of your screen there? Very, very light colour. Very light colour. Let's get the camera a little bit higher. You can see, there you go. Just a little subtle pale bit of pink. Just a pale bit of pink, okay? So we've got blue, which is quite strong, and then the pale pink. Match your colours to what you see on screen. That's a good idea to do that. Okay, wonderful. And then what we'll do is we'll pop the big brush to one side and we'll swap for a size 10. Why are we doing that? Because we're going to start to put some green in place, okay? And it makes sense to do the green with a different brush, a smaller brush, to give us more control over consistency. So size 20 brush for these two, larger brush here. There's a few more sketches coming through. I shall be checking those for you in a second. What we're going to do here is pop two fairly decent blobs of yellow into place. Yellow and yellow, yeah? Two fairly decent blobs of yellow, okay? Plenty of it as well. It's just got a bit of water. Plenty of yellow, don't be afraid of the yellow. And then add a touch of blue to one. So you've got a very light green And the second one wants a bit more blue. So you're basically making the colour that little bit darker. Now if you're using natural colours, the natural greens, this one here is a mix of the two. This one is the dark green by itself. That's all the colours we want to start with, okay? That's going to get us more than started on the picture. So a size 10 brush for these colours, and then the lighter colours, especially the pink, folks, very diluted, the pink, very pale. Andrew Mayer, yeah, so the wheels are a little bit wrong, Andrew. Again, you don't see all of the circle. The top bit of the circle goes underneath the engine. Rosemary Edkins, nothing attached to that email, Rosemary. Margaret Lewis, you're fine. Oh, actually, there we go. Rosemary, I've got it. I've got it. It's just downloading, Rosemary, as we speak. Perfect. Yes. Good sketch. Good sketch. Perfect. Well done, folks, on those sketches. That's the colours. That's the colours for today. Okay, so let's get started. My advice to you folks is just watch me. I'm going to use the big brush, the 20 brush. I'm happy to use the same water as long as I've got a clean brush. So now I suggest you just watch this first piece, because I'm going to wet the entire sheet of paper. The entire sheet of paper. My advice to you is just watch. Make sure as well you've got some kitchen paper slightly scrunched up into a bit of a ball as well. Okay, so just watching me for this particular stage. Okay, so I'm wetting the entire sheet of paper. Now I'm wetting it 2 or 3 times. Okay, and the reason for this is because I want to have plenty of time to work. If you're using my cotton paper, which is beautiful stuff to work on, what happens is the first coat of water pretty much dries straight away. So wet it a second time, even a third time. It's pretty warm. I mean, it's not a great day. It's a bit sort of wet and miserable here today, but it's still pretty warm temperatures. So wetting the picture 2-3 times is a good advice. And just watching me, and then I'll give you time to do this, and I will recap as well. Yeah, there's no issue with doing what I've just done there, which is changing direction. That's got a nice coverage of water on. Then I'm going to go straight in, folks, on screen, just watching me. I'll recap all this. The first thing I want to do is get that very pale red, and then I want to move into the blue, okay? The red is just to take away the harshness from the background. Now, I'm going to put that little bit of pink in. It's very, very subtle. And it's going to give a slight evening tinge to the picture, which is fine, or morning. Okay, so I'm going either side here. Can you see I've kind of painted up? It's very pale, very pale. You can barely see it, but it's enough just to get a bit of interest. Okay. Now notice I've not gone too close to the funnel because I'm going to get the steam coming out of there. Down to the palette. Clean the brush. Here's the thing. Wipe off that excess water. Very important. Give it a shake like the fellas do. Then grab the blue. Grab the blue. Perfect. And what we'll do here is we'll sweep up. But I want to loosely leave. I want to let the paint run. Let it mix into the pink. But I want to loosely run the colour around where I would imagine the steam to be. Okay? Can you see? I'm not too concerned about being precise with it, because that's why we've got the kitchen roll at hand, you see. So that's a nice bit of blue sky. You can see I've sort of loosely left a bit of white here. You see that? For the blue sky. It's also good at this stage, as I mentioned, to get a piece of dry kitchen paper. If I come in a bit closer for you, actually, scrunch it into a little bit of a ball, tiny little ball, look, and just do a bit of that. Can you see? Do a bit of tapping. coming down towards that funnel there. If you don't get this, folks, it's you can put some darker in. I shall put some darker in later, but that's just a good starting point for the smoke, for the steam coming out of the engine. That's just a starting point, okay? Bear with us. Anticipation is half the fun. Brill. Okay, and then we're going to change brushes. We're going to change brushes. I'm going to go for the size 10 brush and go for the light green. Notice the wipe on the side, by the way. Now here, what we're going to do is we're going to start to bring in some colours to the background with a few twists up the side towards the, you can see the little twist. So basically I'm sweeping it towards the edge with a few twists. That's giving me a place to work over here as well. We can come around the engine. It's not going to be accurate, folks, along the edge. This is a mix of the two greens, yeah? Up the background. Can you see I'm sort of dabbing the paint against the paper here? So it's more sort of strokes in this area, more sort of brush strokes around there, and then where you imagine trees to be, you do twists. Mix of the two greens, or yellow and blue. This is the lighter one of the two. Can't go wrong. And then of course there's one more colour in the palette, and it's the darker green, so we'll get that. There it is. It's useful. Now here's the thing with the darker green, it's useful to tap it on the side of the kitchen paper, and there's a reason for this. Because I don't want to get a huge amount of the dark green in place. So a little piece down the edge, almost for shadows, like so, and a little bit of a twist working up here at the bottom of the trees. Not a huge amount of dark. See, I'm putting a few little, almost like shadows and things. See little spots of dark green up there as well, and of course up here under the engine. So again, always give it a tap on tissue, especially for this darker green along the edge of the track. Let the paint blend, let it mix, let it become part of the painting. See the darker green going in? It's like putting shadows in. I'll recap all this. You better. But where's your light coming from? Bring that in. Put some little spots on the edge, look. Beautiful. And then over here, I can just keep adding little bits of spots to the trees. It gives a base, it gives a scene. See how I'm sort of spotting the brush? The paper's still damp. One thing not to do is to touch the old sky with any more blue or anything. A few little spots and dots around there would work really quite nice. And that is my first bit in place. Okay, let me do, see, it's working already. Let me do a recap down here, a loose recap for those people that aren't sure what we've just done. So we started off with the big brush, and we basically wet the entire paper 2-3 times, not over soaking it, but wet enough that we can work in. And then we picked up the pale pink, which kind of came either side from the funnel on the back of the train. The blue came down from the top, but then very loosely, almost spotting the brush around the entrance or the exit to the chimney. Like so. Can you see? That was the sky, and then I got that kitchen paper. Don't forget to scrunch it into a little bit of a ball, and just tap off. We'll put some shadows in the steam a little bit later, but that's a starting point. You can, you know, just sort of mould it a little bit. And that was how this... Why don't you have a practice first? Why not? Okay? Then it was the green. The green was all about changing brushes. That's important. It's the kind of thing I imagine people would forget. Sweep down in front of the tracks, along the edge of the sidings, and then start to twist and tap for misty. Let the paint spread, let it bleed, let it run into the background. I mean, that's dry, and if yours comes in dry, I'll show you how you can re-wet it again in a sec. So around here, see, that's dry as well, but you want the paint to be wet. So if you dampen the brush and wipe it on the tissue a few times, you can soften the edge anyway, look, you see. Watercolour, it's dead easy to wash away. So this is my little practice session. The darker green was removing the excess along the edge, and a few spots and dabs here and there around those edges. Very important to think about that one. It's lovely how you can soon start to make a scene. If we come back to the main event up here, that's how it's looking, folks, okay? Beautiful. I love that dark, that contrast of the dark green. Okay, Patricia's off on a holidays. Have a great time. Hello to Jenny, just joined us. Give it a go, folks. Give it a go. Enjoy the process. Why not practice? You've got time here. I'm stopping to give you a bit of time to work on that. Wet the paper. You can see it doesn't fill the picture. It doesn't have to. Just enjoy the whole process of chucking some paint on some paper. Beautiful. Can't go wrong, really. Wet into wet, folks. Wet it at least twice, if not a third time. But try not to over soak it if you can. And it doesn't matter whether you fill the page or whether you just work in the middle. It's up to you. It's your call. It's your picture at the end of the day, so you can decide. So even though we've just got a sketch, it's starting to make a thing, and of course the engine is going to be where it's at. You're loving this, and you're also loving next week's workshop as well. But lots of you book in. 85% full. Get yourself booked in for the sea turtle in coral reef. It's going to be a belter. We shall be taking a lunch break about 12:30. About 12:30. Yes, if I show you the whole picture, you can see I've not filled it. I've just kind of worked around the edges. Get that nice bit of countryside, the trees, some grass, maybe even a few flowers and things. We'll see how the picture progresses, but just enjoy it, just enjoy it. Janine Miles. Just sent the sketch through. Just wait for it to download. Yes, Janine. The wheels are a bit wide. Make the wheels a bit slimmer. Can you see the wheels here, Janine Miles? Just slightly slimmer on the wheels for me. So your paint's going to spread, it's going to blend, it's going to disappear, but all that'll come together as we go through. So it's going to look messy. I mean, if you look at the viewing figures now, 130 people down from nearly 160. So some people have drifted off for reasons, personal reasons, but also just try and persevere. You really need to see past the first few brush strokes, because what you see here is nothing like you're going to see at the end. You need to stay with this painting, folks. You've got to stay with it without a question. People in the chat can encourage that as well. You've got to crack on. You've got to finish the picture. You've done the tricky bit, which was the sketch. Well done on that. And just enjoy it. Your paint's going to be messy. It's going to spread. It's going to bleed. It's going to run. But what you're seeing here is just the undercoat. You don't see the undercoat, do you? It gets covered up, and that's exactly what's going to happen right here. Hello to Charlene. Charlene's looking forward to doing the sea turtle. It's not next week though, Charlene, it's the week after, because next week I'm missing for a family 60th birthday celebration. I'm away for the weekend with all the family. Well, as many as we can legally get away with. I think, is it 6 per apartment or something like that. And I think you can have more people outside. But anyway, we're sticking to the rules. Of course we are. And it's on the 11th. 11th is the next one. And as March has just said, when you finish, I'll have a picture to be proud of. It's true. You need to just keep with it. Don't give up on the picture, folks, whatever you do. It's a mistake a lot of people make, especially beginners. Give up too early. Persevere. Keep that painter flowing. Yes, Janine Miles, spot on, well done. Perfect, slimmer wheels, makes a difference. Yeah, you've got to keep calm, carry on. I see it so much, people giving up too early, just persevere. This first stage is nothing like it's going to be. What I'm going to do here, folks, is give this a dry. Now I've got a hairdryer, a suspicious looking hairdryer, of course, this thing here. So here you go, on a craft gun. Notice I'm using my hand to flatten it down. Beautiful. Make sure it's really dry at this point. If you're not going to hair dry, just pause the video, pop the kettle on, grab a coffee or whatever beverage takes your fancy, and give it a blast. So like I say, you can use your hand just to sort of give it a bit of a flatten, a bit of a press down if you want to. But it's important that we get this dry, because this next stage is to start to add, well, it's working on the trees next, okay, and we're going to build up some of the surrounding detail area on the picture. So give it a good dry and we'll pop back to it in a wee bit. Anything that's man-made, like a steam train, a phone box, buildings, are naturally more difficult to sketch, but easy to paint. Next thing to do on this picture then is to use some masking tape, and we're going to mask off a couple of areas, okay? And this is the plan. We'll take a bit of masking tape, a couple of small pieces, all right, and we'll take the stickiness away once things are dry, and I'll show you where to stick it. What we're going to do is pop it on the left across the top edge of the track, making sure that you are level. That masking tape there is stuck on the top edge of the track, and on the opposite side, again, stickiness, loosely where the track swings around to the left, we're going to go a touch higher and pop a bit of an angle. You can see that bit of an angle I've popped in there. So what I've done, yeah, I'll show you that again. Take the tape off. Make sure you stick it to your hand first. So that's where my track shoots around the corner. Go a little bit higher than that and go up, and then get a bit of a curve. Can you see I've slightly curved it there? So it's a bit higher than where the track disappears. But on the left side, I've put the masking tape level, exactly level with the top. Press it down firm with the track there, look, and that's a good place to put some background trees in place. Beautiful, beautiful. Linda Ross, your sketch is great. Natalie Trudgill, beautiful, well photographed, nice sketch as well. You're ready for action there. John Kierman. As long as those lines are vertical, John, you're fine. All the vertical lines of the train. Okay, and then what we're going to do is fine Ray, honestly. This is the important bit now. Back to the palette. So, in the palette, potentially, we've got the two greens. Now, we're going to change brushes, we're going to go smaller. We're going to mix up some more colour, more green again. Let's do the two greens. So, spot of water. So I've got a size 6 brush. I'll put the yellow in first again. Now I'm mixing more because I've run out, but if you've got plenty then you're fine. That's the lighter green. And here is the darker one, more blue. So if you look here you can see it's exactly the same colour. I've just mixed a bit more, that's all. Okay, then I want grey. Now we've not used any grey yet. So grey, how do you make grey? What you do is you put blue. Fairly strong for the grey, so it's the blue first with a little bit of red. So if you look here, I've turned that blue into a little bit of a purple. You can see the purple just in the corner there, can't you? So I've made it into a bit of a purple. But then what you do is you pop little bits of yellow into that, just little spots into the purple, and you'll see the colour start to go into this lovely shadow grey. Now that grey is natural grey, so if you've got natural grey you want a medium strength natural grey. Alright, so I've got the two greens and the yellow with a bit of blue, and this is more blue, and then the grey. Mixed purple, like you can see here, mixed purple, and then let's get the screen a bit higher for you, probably about there. Spot on. Then what you do is you add little bits of yellow, and those three colours will give us some nice background detail. No, it's fine. So Peter's got some bleed on his track, it's okay. One Lady A. Lady A, your perspective is fine. It's fine, it works, it's good. You ready for painting? You are. Three colours. The grey is blue, red, so you get purple, add yellow. What we're going to do here is, first of all, make sure, very important, that the tape is stuck down. We'll work on the two sides one at a time. On screen I'm going to do the left side first, and I'm basically going to do spottage. We're going to do spottage, okay? We'll start off with the grey. We'll take the grey. What we'll do is we'll tap off the excess on kitchen paper. Very important. With the grey, very important to tap off that excess. If you're going to watch me first, please do. And then we're going to go right up and we're going to spot along this edge. Now this is why we are tapping off that excess colour. We're going right underneath the train here, around. I'm going to get closer in for you. Can you see I'm being a bit careful to paint around the wheels? And underneath there with the grey, and I'm spotting next to where the track is with grey, and then I'm making the spots more open as I move up. Can you see I'm just basically using the grey. I've tapped off that excess, so important that you need to do that. So a nice dark edge to the track, and I'm starting to spot and move the brush. But you can see I've been very careful to paint around the wheel there. Spot up. Like so. Now once I've gone up probably an inch or so, and I've got quite open with my spots, this is when you change colours. So just take a moment just to ensure that you've got really close in to the underneath of the wheel. You can see it on the screen. Then what I'm going to do is spot. I'll clean my brush at this point. I'll go for the darker green. This is the darker green. Again, a bit of a tap on tissue is not a bad idea for everything we do here. This is the darker green, okay? And then working out from the grey on screen, look, working out from the grey, working over the top of that actually. Make sure you've tapped off that excess. Start to do the spots of darker green. It's not necessarily a stipple, it's just spottage as we call it. So you're spotting up, look. Notice they're quite open, these spots. So it's gone from a solid, I'm now into the green, the darker green, and I'm starting to spot upwards. Making sure it's blending. Keep sort of leaning back a touch. You'll sort of see me as I'm doing this, you'll see me spotting in. And you'll see me leaning back and having a little look to make sure it all kind of follows in. So you can see how it's getting really quite open as it moves up. And then of course you get the idea. Let's come back to the palette again. Clean the brush, give it a bit of a wipe on tissue. Get that nice light green, the bright green. Again, a couple of taps on the tissue is always good on all three colours. So it's gone from the grey to the dark green to the light green. And now, as we spot in, we can be a little bit more free. You can work over the grey. So basically I'm spotting in foliage, distant foliage, making sure it all blends in. You can see I'm tapping up as I move. Even working outside the vignette, if you've got a vignette of course. I know that some people love vignettes, some people don't like them, so it's up to you how you go here. But the lighter green is your best friend because that's the way you can really make the trees have detail. You're basically working from a shadow at the bottom, which you can work over by the way, and you start to get spotty. So it kind of becomes part of the trees, and you can work into your sky a little bit. You can see me doing that here, look, making the trees look tree-like. Just spotting quite freely, keep coming to the base, keep adding more spots at the top. If you want to get any more dark green in, obviously you can do. I've got a bit more dark green just coming in here, look. Just little rows of colour, really. And it's a way of creating a bit of interest into the background. And I want to repeat this effect on the other side as well. So I'll recap it for you. It's nice to work outside. Keep spotting away. It's effective, especially the shadow there, it really sets it off. So I'll leave that on screen. What I want to do is come to this side and show you that as well. Just the same. Start with the grey. Don't forget to tap off on the tissue. It doesn't quite want so much on this side, if I'm honest, so a thin line of grey up the side of the, up the back of the train. Can you see the grey going in? That's enough grey along that edge of the tape. Start to work up. It's almost like you're putting shadows in. Into the darker green on the tissue. So you're working over the top of the grey and you're starting to work up into the trees. You're kind of covering what you've already painted basically. And then of course, eventually, the best bit is the lighter green, which you get on your tissue again. And you really start to turn them into trees and background. You can see I've worked very close to the back edge of the train there, can't you? But I'm now into lighter green. And you can be quite free with this lighter green. You can be quite loose with it. Again, just keep leaning back to do this. Keep working back. Looking at the picture from a bit of a distance, you can see where you're going with it. If you can see a definite grey edge, then put more stipples above. But look how you can work up behind the train almost to create edge, create a shape and edge. Beautiful. Now if I zoom back on that, on both sections, you can see where it's at the minute. Now I'm going to paint in some taller trees, almost some poplar trees, pine trees, that kind of thing. But I will come to that shortly. I'll give you time to work on this. Keep getting spotty. Keep using the greens to blend from the grey. Don't be afraid. And don't forget, anytime you can recap, you can skip back on this. It's yours to keep. This is going to make such a difference to the picture. I'm quite enjoying spotting. I do like a good spottage. Stick with us, folks. Don't go anywhere. We shall be taking a break soon. But I'll leave that on screen so you can see what we've done. You can also see I've worked outside of the vignette, outside of the edge, into the white paper. If you've got that, I think that looks nice. Fabulous. Beautiful little bit of country setting. We're going to put some branches in the trees, we're going to put some tall trees in, and then we're almost ready for the best bit, which of course is painting in the engine and the carriages. It's going to be a belter, folks. Don't go anywhere. But all the time it's spotting off that excess on the tissue. That's your secret. Hello to Joan from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Now I mentioned darker sort of pine style trees. I'll show you these and you can decide if you want them or not. I'll start over here, and I'm basically going to be using the darker and the lighter green. So I'll start with the darker green. There it is. Again, it's good to tap off that excess. And I'll paint in the darker side of a tall tree. I'll put them in, you can decide if you want them or not. So I can place these anywhere I like. And what I want to do here is use the darker green to flick to the right, making it taller. So that's 1/2 of like a conifer or something like that, coming down towards the engine. The lighter green on the tissue again will give me the opposite side. Sort of fill it in the middle. So we'll pop some conifers in. There you go. Liking that. It's up to you if you want them or not. I think they look good. Fills the scene. We could have a slightly smaller one, maybe just creeping in at the back there, the engine. Lighter on the opposite side. Now that one sort of is nice because it disappears into the steam, which we'll get to. So they are up to you, folks, if you want them or not. I will do a couple more on the opposite side just to show you how they sit nice. It just kind of gives more of a scene, a country scene. Over here as well, of course, I could add one as well if I wanted to. Again, the darker green. Probably just kind of creeping in at the back here, this one. Don't forget to tap off that excess. Practice the technique first if you want to. That's my darker green. Lighter green on the tissue. Pop those in. It helps the scene. Quite a simple tree technique to paint as well. I often think those, so not a bad idea to put them in if you can get away with it, of course. If you fancy having a go at one of those. Living life to the edge. Put one just creeping in here as well, actually. Creeping out from the large trees. A bit of a conifer creeping in. So you flick to the right for the shadow green, and you flick to the left for the opposite green, and of course in and around there you put lots of spots, which is where the trees are that you're just painting in. I think that they give scale and they give interest, and it's a relatively quick way of painting in the scene. If I zoom back on those, you can see them. They're sort of nestling, aren't they, within the picture. So they are entirely up to you if you want them or not. My advice to you on the one on the left, if you do put the one in the left in, make sure you use some of the grey to get the paint nice and dark around that engine. Can you see I'm using a bit of grey here just to go right in, so the engine will stand forward against that area. Can you see the grey I've put in? And it's repeating the effect that we did earlier. So then you spot in the darker green and so on. Because if it's nice and dark around this area here, it'll really make that engine leap out against the background. But it's up to you. It's up to you. Popping in a few little flicks over the top now that's dry as well with the green. Give it some interest. So yeah, it's up to you really, folks. If you want to pop those trees in, you can do. They're not a bad idea. I'll leave that on there so you can see just that I have gone very dark around the back of that engine with the grey as well. And if I zoom back to the whole section, you can see I've popped in a couple of tall trees just there as well. So it's up to you. It is entirely up to you how much or little of these you do. And you can get a spotty and dotty with the greens, alternating between the two as you wish. Maybe you're not a fan of the tall trees, leave them off if you're not. Or if you are a fan, put more on. Steady on, Mr. Palmer. Slow down. I like to see them. I think they're such a simple tree to do. Yeah, they might be for you. But they really give a bit of scale. They really give a bit of interest. So again, take that little bit of time, take that little moment to walk back on your picture, look at it from a distance and think to yourself, you know something, I can still kind of see where the grey is, I want to do a little bit more spottage, so you can just sort of spot and dot around the picture and create more of an interest, of a blend from one area to another. So the grey gradually becomes green by painting just dozens of hundreds of little spots. And it's very important, and I'll mention this and I will stop at this point, to get in your palette and come back to that grey, come back to the grey, here it is, tap off that excess. And for those people that have seepage down the tracks, you can make sure that you've got a real dark edge on both sides, really dark grey spottage edge, because that's going to make the track and the train really pop. Can you see that nice bit of grey I've added in? If you look really close you can see it, folks, the grey here. And I've even popped a little bit over that side as well. The darker here and here the better, but always, whatever, tap off that excess colour. And it is all up to you. If you do trees or conifers or spottage, whatever works best for you at the end of the day. If you don't like the conifers, just leave them off. It's quite addictive doing the spottage. Magic. Now it's up to you which brush you decide to use for this. I do want to put some branches in place. I'm going to mix up a bit of a brown. If you have something finer, like a branch and detail brush or a rigger brush, then you might possibly, at this point, folks, decide to use something finer. Can you see what brushes I've got here? I've got a size 6, which is actually quite pointy, but I've also got a pointy branch and detail brush, okay? So, or a rigger brush, or whichever one. I mean, I'm happy to stick with the number 6 brush, but if yours is not pointy, then you might want to use something finer. I want to mix up a brown, bit of water. How do you get brown? You put yellow. You can use natural brown here as well. Yellow and red will give you a crisp, fiery orange, like so. And then you drop blue into it. And blue will turn orange into a brown. Now, if it goes too yellowy brown, then put more red with it, because it's the red that is key to brown. Not too thick for that colour neither. Can you see if I pop it just up here for you? Can you see that nice sort of earthy brown colour? So it's mix orange and put red with it, basically. Keep it simple. Lynn Fletcher has done the sketch. Looking forward to popping some paint on. Enjoy. And she's saying the picture's looking good. Well done, Lynn. Thank you. Enjoy it when you start painting. And of course, it's one of the highlights of the workshop is when you pop your paintings on Facebook for those people that do that. It's just nice to see what you've done. It really is. I do like to see them. So it's up to you what brush you use here for the branches. If you are using something like a number 6 brush and you struggle to get a point out of it, then think about using something finer. Here's a good tip though. If you rotate the brush through the kitchen paper, whichever brush you're using, it makes the point pointier, not like a flower, a pointier point. And hold the brush right at the end, like a pencil, and have a little go. It's up to you, it's your call. Have a little go at painting in some branches, which I want to creep up. Again, if you take off that excess colour, rest on your paper, paint some branches in the direction it grows. But you've got to try and get these as fine as you can. So if you struggle to use a number 6 brush, then please do change the brush. And also, the drier the paint, the better, which is why I've done the little tap on the tissue. But for me, I think that the spit and polish on this area would be adding some of these open open branches. There they are. Yeah, I think it would really make a difference again through the tissue there. It just turns hundreds of random spots into branches, into trees even, sorry. It sort of tells people that are looking at the picture that it's a tree. You see what I mean? So have a little think about that, because it does make a difference, you know. It does make a big difference. It really does. Try not to give up, folks. Try and keep plodding on. Like I said on previous lessons, it's interesting because at the minute less people are doing the workshops live and more people are doing them afterwards. It's a, when I say less, I mean less people to what were doing them 6 months ago. Obviously there's a few reasons. One, it's summer. Two, of course, it's lockdown is almost, you know, over. But I'm sure that you guys see the rotation of the board. I'm sure that lots of you want to keep going with these workshops, yeah? People are still booking them, so thank you for that. Your continued support is appreciated. And it's obviously a strange time in the world because no one knows what the future is with all this COVID business, but hopefully you'll keep booking the workshops and you'll look at that, beautiful. And again, you can always pick up a bit of green. Obviously we've got plenty of green hanging around, and then you can always pop some extra little spots. People send me emails daily to say that they're grateful for the workshops and they will keep supporting me and booking them, and I'm sure you'll let me know if you're going to keep doing that yourself. It does relax me a little bit because it is quite a uncertain time for me as a teaching artist, you know. Having that bit of confidence. Give us a thumbs up, folks, if you're going to keep booking them in the future. They're all different, they're yours to keep. Each one's got something different to learn. Look how beautiful that is, that tree. It just finishes it off, turning it back the right way. You can really see I love them little branches there. Fills the scene. And of course, if you do use the brown, make sure you take off a lot of it. And why not think about popping in? The drier the brush, the better. What I mean by that is tap off that excess colour. Pop in a few branches. It just transforms that area. Doesn't it make a difference, that? And again, I would suggest getting the green and popping some green on the top. I mean, it might be springtime, might be summer, who knows, doesn't matter. But you can see I'm bringing that in and it really adds a bit of interest to the picture. And then I'm at a stage now where I can very, very gently remove the tape. Now, this is where some people do rip the picture. If you've got a hairdryer, turn it on and heat up the adhesive. Very slowly, pull it away. If you've not got a hairdryer, just be very cautious. Imagine it's look how nice that is. Imagine it's a plaster stuck to your arm, and hopefully you've got a fairly clean edge. If you've still got seepage at the back of your tracks, look how nice that is. use some grey and lower it down a bit. But that's beautiful, that, isn't it? That really sets that off, don't it? Beautiful bit of countryside coming through. North Yorkshire Moors Railway inspired, right there. Right, thank you. Yeah, so Pete's going to keep booking Ray, Pam, Lynn, March, Roger Cleaver and Betsy. Thank you for that, folks. It does worry me, I've said it before a few times, about the old uncertainty, but as long as you guys keep booking, I'll keep putting them on for you. It will get back to the weekly workshop very soon. It's just this past couple of weeks. Last week was Father's Day and next week is a family celebration which got cancelled last year because of COVID, so we moved it to this year, 21. So just keep giving me some encouragement, folks. But that's lovely, that really is really nice with the greens. Love that. And that was all to do with these colours. Light green, dark green. The light green was yellow and blue. The darker green was the same but more blue. And then of course you've got the grey as well. I'm going to take a bit of red here. Rose madder or crimson or red. Just there, can you see that colour? Not too strong. There it is. And what's my reason for that? My reason for that is to pop in a few foreground grasses and flowers. So here, this is up to you, this bit, I want to pop in some rose bay willow herbs or some foxgloves. Yeah, we like foxgloves, don't we? You know, in this corner. So this is the lighter green I'm using here. So right in the corner of the picture, it's up to you if you want to do this or not. It's the same technique, it's just a lighter green I'm using. And then I'll potentially have a few little flicks for some, you know, imagine it's just a bit of wildflower area in the countryside. You've got the darker green as well if you want it. Random spots. And then of course if you've got the pink, the red, then why not have a little think about popping in some little foreground flowers. I mean obviously you can have any colour you like here, but because I've got primary colours and because there's lots of green in place, it just makes perfect sense to do something like a red there. It lifts that area up towards us and it gives us a bit of wild area. Carol Barnard, love the workshops, Matt, keep doing them, I'll keep booking them. Karen Mary Kelly will keep booking in the future. Roger Cleaver, you've got to make space for the family. Yeah, well that's what's happening next week, Roger, the 4th, so the 4th of July. If you've seen anybody on Facebook saying why is Matthew not doing one this week, it's because family stuff creeps in. Family stuff creeps in. Here's just one last thing to mention, folks. We shall be taking a break very soon. One last thing to mention here in this area. Have a quick glance at the screen. I'll stop and give you a chance to do this. In my palette, I've got that lighter green. Give it a wipe on some tissue and splay the bristles. Can you say that I've made the brush go a bit flat? So I picked up the lighter green. Tap off the excess on tissue. Pinch the bristles. Can you see that? Why am I doing this? Because I want a bit of texture. Let me show you. Get closer in here actually. What I want to do here is I want to brush very gently against the surface. Keep displaying them bristles. Can you see the texture that's being applied? Imagine it's a bit of a hill. And that's just that lighter green. Now if you want to go darker, obviously you can do as well. But it's a way of creating a bit of foreground. So you can pick up some darker green as well if you wish. You can almost like add shadows. So if I do some lines coming this way from those background trees with the same effect, and then you can almost turn it into a hill sweeping over. So you can almost see some shadows from the trees there. But again, it's the on the tissue, display the bristle. And it's a great way of adding some texture. And of course, this is the reason why watercolour paper has texture. In my opinion, for doing this kind of work, it also helps the paint appear smoother on the paper as well. When you do things like big washes and skies. But a few little flowers in the foreground. It's quite nice. Breaks it up well. Feel free to add any other colours you wish. Perfect. Nice. Just nice way of setting the scene. Lovely. Excellent. So at this stage in the picture, we're going to take a bit of a break. We're going to have 30 minutes, folks. If you're watching this back at a later stage, please do skip over this 30 minutes. But if you're watching live, it's time for a coffee and a break, folks. Again, a good time to book in for the workshop next week. Please do come back to finish off the train, because as you can see here, it's really taking shape now. And that's what we're going to be painting after this break. We're straight into the train. Looking forward to that one. So please get yourself booked in. 30-minute break. So in the UK currently, it's 12:40 p.m. So about 10 past, 1:15 UK. So 30 to 35 minutes. We'll be back and we'll paint in the train and all that nice detail. So looking forward to that one. And again, in the meantime, get yourself booked in for the picture of the we can see here as well at the bottom, the sea turtle in a beautiful colourful coral reef. Some wonderful techniques to enjoy, some new techniques using some kind of mixed media. It's watercolour but with a few interesting quirky little things to try. And don't forget, if you do book in to this workshop here, you stand the chance of winning £150 worth of art materials, lucky people, as well as of course a signed watercolour book by Mr. Palmer as well, which was donated to us from Brian Green. Thank you, Brian. And we'll pick the winners of the steam train print and of course the palm tree picture as well a little bit later. But if you want to win 150 quid's worth of art materials, brushes, palettes, paper, DVDs, £50 worth of paint we've just put in as well. So a wonderful artist quality bundle, and we'll pick the winner during the workshop next week on the 11th, but you need to book in to be entered into that. It's a donation giveaway that I give. I don't get any sponsorship for this. This is just from me, 100%. And please do come back to finish off the train. So we'll see you in about 30 minutes. We'll zoom back a little bit here. We'll leave that on screen. And as always, so people can see the clock ticking, I'm going to pop the Lego clock just here so you can see the actual time, because some people kind of lose the time and they think that the screen's gone still. But if I pop that just here, you can see that. And hope you're happy so far. Do come back. As always, make sure you do. Get yourself booked in for next week. Keep calm and carry on. And I'll see you in about half an hour. Time for a break. Welcome back, and we are ready to start to work on the train now. I'm going to build that up slowly. Number 6 brush is going to be a great tool for this, as well as potentially a lift out brush, a square brush, but we'll just work through step by step as always. So I hope you're refreshed and back, and hope you booked in for the painting next week. A few people have emailed saying why is there not one on the 4th of July. Again, just to kind of mention that again. So the 4th of July, which is next Sunday, as I'm live here on the 27th of June 2021, I'm not here because there's a family celebration going off for that weekend, and of course it's also the 4th of July celebrations for our friends in America. So, but we will be enjoying the 11th, which is the beautiful sea turtle. It's a popular one, folks. You're loving it. Get yourself booked in, please do. This is how the picture's shaping up so far. We're going to work on the train. Let's prep a few colours first. That's important, obviously. And we're going to turn this test sheet around here and work on a few colours. It's not a bad time to get some clean water as well. I'm gonna grab some clean water. I always keep a spare water on these workshops. I don't always change water, but it's quite useful to have a clean water. We'll get ourselves nice and close into the engine at this point as well. We'll start to work on this now. And what we're going to do is get plenty of nice rich colours. You can go any colour you want with this train. For me, I want to get some reds in there. That's going to be lovely, like burgundies. And let's prep some colours for that, for the train. First thing I want is a very strong grey, and don't be afraid to mix the grey quite heavy. So a nice thick blue. I mean, this has got to be strong now, folks. If you've got natural grey, then use that. But if you're mixing like me from primary colours, you want a thick blue. You put the red, of course, so you get that nice deep purple, as you can see here. And then you pop the yellow in. It's the yellow that makes the colour go dark. And I want this colour to be, without a doubt, the darkest colour we've made so far for this workshop. You can just see the strength in colour. You can see how rich and strong that paint is. It needs to be. It needs to be. Again, if yours is not coming out as dark as this, go back with more blue. Remix the whole colour again. Blue, add the red, and add the yellow. If the colour comes out too purple, add more blue. If it comes out too green, add more red. But a good strong grey. Look at that beautiful rich colour. Why don't we use Payne's Grey? It's too dark. A few nice emails have come through during the break. Yes, Wendy, question about the mixed media one on the 11th of July. Will you send a list of recommended items? It's not, when I say mixed media, it's 100% watercolour. Just using a few interesting techniques. The Thursday before the workshop, you always get an email with a list of materials on. Okay, it's watercolour with a few quirky additions thrown in. If that makes sense. Sandra Hatton, please keep the workshops going. Loving the sketching. I enjoy them very much. You are an excellent teacher. Played so much from Boston, Sandy in the USA. Diane Ray, you worry about us no longer joining you for workshops. We worry about you stopping them. I missed a few recently because a granddaughter was born at the beginning of June, so congratulations to you and all your family. Wonderful, wonderful. A nice rich grey. Nice rich grey is what I want. And then we're going to make a few other colours for the train. What I want is a bit of a burgundy colour. So let's mix burgundy. What we're going to do, not make this colour too strong. Start with the red. Start with the red. Not massively thick here. This one, it's the red first. I'll pop the colour here so you can see. So it's the red first. Add just a little hint of yellow to this. Not much, just a touch. A touch of yellow. Now, it's still red, but then you add a touch of blue. And the blue starts to make it into a bit of a burgundy colour. I want the colour to be red, but can you see that kind of red wine burgundy plum colour? So it's red, it's natural red crimson rose madder with a touch of yellow and a touch of blue. It's a nice sort of classic steam engine colour. There it is. Perfect, perfect. So far we've got two colours. We've got a strong, heavy grey, and please make sure that colour's thick. The thicker the better. Important to say that. Plenty of blue, straight from the tube, red and yellow. Burgundy, not quite so strong for this. This is mixed from natural red or rose madder or alizarin crimson with a tiny dot of yellow, tiny dot of blue, and you get this kind of like a burgundy red wine colour. You might need to put a bit more red back with that colour to get the colour perfect for what we need. Okay, two colours so far. Wonderful. And then I want a bit of an orange colour. An orange. Orange is dead easy, of course. It's yellow with red, and of course that gives us a bit of an orange. Yes, you could use natural orange, but there it is, a beautiful colour. Make sure it's more towards a red, the orange, if that makes sense. But you can test your colours on screen if you wish. Match them with what's happening here on the palette cam. A few people have asked over the course of the past 18 months, what cameras do we use? Well, we use 4K cameras. 4K is 4 times high definition, but 90% of the people that watch this will be watching it in HD, because that's what your internet connection would take it to. So the quality you're seeing here with the colours is absolutely beautiful. It really is a premium broadcast. You can even see the beautiful Nespresso coffee. Look at that. That's a beautiful piece of work, that coffee. Just the ticket that. Now also in the palette, you might still have this colour left. I've still got it. It's the brown. See that brown? I still have it. There it is. The brown from the trees. Have you still got yours? If not, how do you mix it? Mix orange and put blue with it. I want that brown to be more towards a rusty brown. So I'm popping some more red with it. So what I've got here is a rusty colour. The official colour of rust. There it is. That colour is natural brown, or it's orange with a bit of blue. If you've still got the brown from earlier, use it. Just add a bit of red to it and make sure the colour's not too thick. What do we want that colour for? Well, I'm going to wipe it on the tissue and I will show you. I want to paint in the tracks. Okay, so basically I'm going to paint a couple of lines. You might want to use a finer brush for this. But painting a couple of lines for the track, the rusty colour. You can use dark skin tone for this, but just there, it disappears into that darkness. And across the pencil lines as well, let a bit of that colour very loosely. You can see how loose I'm doing it. I'm not being precise, but doing some horizontal lines through the centres of the tracks. And we'll do more work with that a little bit later on in the workshop. But basically that was the brown from the trees with a little bit of red added to it and diluted, not a strong colour. You can pop a little piece in between some of these, some of the wheels here, look, but to be fair, not a huge amount would go into them. Just add a little piece coming in like so, and around the corner. So if you look here, can you see I've popped like a very thin line that kind of goes in between, and then at the back where it sweeps around the corner, I could also use that same colour as well and pop in a few little lines to represent the track. Yeah, does that make sense? Doesn't need a huge amount of colour. Don't need a huge amount of colour. Just a hint of. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Like it, can't go wrong. Looking forward to doing this train, guys. It's going to be brilliant. So do stick with us, do stick with us. Well done for still being here. So you just make sure you've got that little hint of, you can see I'm giving it a second coat, can't you? Of the same colour. It just helps the paint pop forward a bit, that's all. So if you need to mix that colour afresh because you've run out of brown, it's simple. What it is it's orange, so yellow and red, plenty of red with a touch of blue. A rusty colour is required for that one. A nice rusty colour for the start of the track. Okay, so that was this rusty brown colour. So that's what was in the palette. There's one more colour to mix and it's like a pale sandy colour. I'm going to take some yellow. Not too strong. Add a little bit of red, just a touch. A touch of red. So it kind of goes to like an amber sort of colour. And then a little bit of blue. You're trying to mix a sandy colour, like a beach colour. Too much blue, it's going to go green. So remember, just that little spot of red, and I'm after creating this cream sandy colour, like so. Again, test your colours against the screen, folks. You can see it's not a strong colour. It's very similar to this colour here, which is natural yellow, which is the sandstone yellow, not the bright yellow, the sandstone yellow. Okay, so let's recap all the colours for you. Move the camera that way a touch so we can see what we're doing. What we have is a strong grey. That is so important to be thick. Practice the mix, you've got time. We're not rushing this by any means. A strong grey, natural grey, blue with red, so you get purple, add yellow. Such a useful colour. Try and avoid using Payne's grey and things like that. Then we had this burgundy colour. Love that colour. It's red with a tiny bit of yellow and a tiny bit of blue. You might find you want to add more red to that colour once you've mixed it, but certainly not a strong colour. We've got this orange colour, the orange colour, which is basically yellow and red, and then we mix this creamy sandy colour here. Again, you can test your colours on the screen. It's very accurate, this camera here. It's an expensive piece of kit. It's like about £1,000 worth of camera. It shows detail, shows colour accuracy. It depends on your screen at your end. And it's basically, it's yellow with a tiny bit of red. It's a dot of red and a dot of blue. But you might want to put more red in it to make it more sandy. But a sandy colour is what I'm interested in. Of course, I've got the greens here. If your paint's dried up and you want to put some more green on, it's here. I've saved the green. It's quite a neat palette today. I like it. It's good. Why do I want green for? Well, I don't really. But if I did want any green, it would be for the likes of sort of adding a few more little bits of grasses and flowers in this foreground area. That's all. And I'd probably just use the darker one. I think it frames the picture quite nice. But it's not necessarily something what I'm concerned if I don't use green again, but it was just to add a bit more, you know, interest to the foreground of the picture and a few little spots of foliage and some weeds and stuff. That's it. That's basically all I wanted the green for. Lots of you still booking the workshop for next week, folks, so thank you for booking, and don't miss out on it. Get yourself booked in. Of course, that's the sea turtle. Sea turtle. So just take your time prepping those colours. And then we'll put some paint on. Test the colours against the top of the screen. The grey being the dark one. The rest have got a bit of water with them. And then we'll start to put the paint on. So let's work on the engine. Nice and close in here. First colour is going to be this orange. Use that orange first. Take some of that colour. That's basically the yellow and the red. And we want that colour. Not too thick. This colour goes on the front of the engine. And it goes on this, it's like a terracotta colour. It's like a, I'll call it a bumper, but I know it's not a bumper, but I'm going to call it a bumper. And it goes up here. Very much painting by numbers at this point, folks, okay? Now, I shall paint around these buffers. And that goes all the way to there. So a very, very simple little section of the orange colour. You can see it there on the screen. Can't go wrong with that. Nice and easy. Most of the steam trains that you see in this country have this colour front, which is quite nice. So that's just that orange colour by itself. Then I want to jump in, I'll stop in a second, I'll do these in little stages. I want to come over to the sandy colour, which is here. Now again, if you've got natural yellow, this dark yellow, use it. If not, it's yellow with a tiny bit of red and a tiny bit of blue. But imagine you're mixing a sand colour, a creamy sandy colour. Not too thick with your paint. What do we want this for? We want this for the carriages. That's the picture you might win. Wrong camera. There we are, we've got the right camera. What's this for? This is for the top section of the carriages, okay? And it's going to very simply go down here. All this section here, or this middle section, is going to have this colour on. You can see the sandy colour. Not too strong with the paint here. I want to fill it in. It's quite relaxing, this, because like I said to you at the start of the workshop, the hard work's been achieved. You've done it. You can relax because that was the sketch. And I hope you found it straightforward doing this, because it wasn't too taxing for you. But it was an enjoyable little stage to do. So that's gone in. I mean, you can pop a few extra little lines and things over the top with the same colour, but basically it just goes in. Just goes in as a solid colour. Keep it simple. The detail's going to make the picture work, as always. Anticipation's half the fun. So we've blocked them in. We've blocked them in. See, I'm popping a few extra lines here and then making sure it's all in place. I'm also going to put that colour as well, just very loosely in between the tracks. So if you lightly skim over with your brush, that'll give us a bit of sort of gravel colour. Just a little bit of a sand. Can you see that little bit of sandy colour I've popped in between the tracks there? Don't forget, folks, any questions you might have, drop them on email. That's the email address top of the screen there, mattartistme.com. Send them over. If you're doing this after the live workshop, just remember it might take me a while to reply. Today's the 27th of June as we study Alive 2021. I will be, when I finish this workshop today, about an hour after, I've got to go drive down to Tunbridge Wells in Kent, South London, which is where one of the studios are based for the book publishers, and I'm working there for the next couple of days on a new book that will be out towards the end of the year, all about landscapes in watercolour. So just bear in mind, if you do get in touch after this, I will be driving down there. It's about a 3.5 hour journey for me. It's quite a long trek, but I'm there for the next couple of days doing some work on a new book. So there's a bit of a teaser for you, a bit of a teaser. All about painting the landscapes. It's quite addictive. I keep adding little bits of extra green down here. Look, it's quite rewarding. Extra little spots of foreground stuff. Search Press is the publishers. There's 2 books coming out in the course of the next year, and you'll see them both being promoted. I'm sure you'll have a chance to pre-order them. How many people are still wanting mugs? We keep talking about mugs. You know, the mugs we were selling, people keep asking for the individual ones, the different designs. How many people would be interested in that individual? You can choose your own design of the mugs. Is that still something that you're interested in? Let me know on email, let me know in the comments. Say yes to mugs, because you remember the start of the year, March, April time, we were sending mugs out and they were randomly picked from the 4 designs, where you can now choose which one you want. That'll be up and running for next time's workshop. You can get the chance to pre-order them. Yes, Betsy, you can order the book when it's done. It's going to be a way off before that happens, but absolutely yes, that'll be fine. Well, I'll let you know about that. Brill. Okie dokie. Right, so let's carry on. Let me know in the comments if you want to buy those individual mugs. Lots of you are asking for them, and I've kind of not forgot about them. I've just been working on a few other things in the background. So let's now grab the burgundy red colour. This one. Remember that mixture was the red with a dot of yellow and a dot of blue. So you can choose which mug you want, basically. There's the galleon. What else is there? There's the galleon. The castle, in the next week or so I should have them for you. These are the different design mugs. So there's the butterfly and castle, there's the galleon, there's the penguins, and there's the squirrel one. Betsy Ensley, who said that you had broken shipping, we did send you one out, but obviously it's we sent quite a few hundred mugs out a few months ago, so maybe some of them have. But yeah, we certainly did send one out, so we'll have to trace it for you. Don't you worry, we'll get that sorted for you. Okay, so it's into the burgundy colour next, which is the red base colour, of course. Not too strong for this one. Make sure you're happy that it's not too heavy. And that colour is going to go on in the main section. Okay, we'll start off, we'll test the colour first. We'll start off by painting this bottom section of the engine. The carriages. It goes straight in like so. Again, I'm using a 6 brush here, folks, whatever you're comfortable with. I'm also going to do a line of this colour that goes through the centre, just below those windows, just to give some interest. There you go. Pop that on. There it is. Can't go wrong. Stick with me, because what I want to do now is blocking quite a big chunk of the engine here. Now this is going to go all the way in this section here. So a big chunk of this rusty burgundy colour is going to go in right up to the face, the Thomas the Tank Engine face. Now I'm being a little bit cautious as I do this, and it's the detail that's going to make this picture work, so do stick with us. Being a little bit cautious to paint quite faithfully around this circular lamp or whatever it is. I think they are lamps, aren't they? And it goes right up into this edge of the carriage. So very much blocking in the paint here, folks, okay? Stick with me, but I love to see the red. Make sure you're happy with the colour. Again, make sure you go back in. You can smooth it out as much as you want to. There's also a little piece that comes down here as well, around there. Now then, Thomas, you be careful. Slowly and carefully, Thomas. Slowly and carefully. You be careful, careful. No, so Andrew merits a brand new book, Landscapes, a landscape watercolour book. It's not a reprint, it's a brand new one. If you want to, you can add some interesting little, like another thin line around the carriage. If you want, it's up to you. I mean, end of the day, you can see what I've done there. So you can you can go with it, you can do what you like with it, okay? And you see I'm adding a few little extra bits of, I'm going over old ground here. So I'm going back over it again with the red. It just gives extra character. You can see you can almost follow the shape of the engine. You can pop contour lines in and all this business. It really does help to give a sense of detail to it. Beautiful. There you go. We're just filling it in. We're filling it in, ready for shadows. That's when this picture's going to come alive. It's the last half an hour, folks, of the picture. That's where it matters. Stick with us for the next hour and this picture will all take shape. Don't go anywhere. The white paint's going to come in. Grey shadows. It's going to be a belter. I can feel it in my water. So yeah, Betsy, apparently we shipped that one ages ago to you. So we will run a trace for you on Monday. So yeah, so watch this space, folks, and very soon you'll be able to order the mug you require. The mug you require. The mug you require. We're just at a blocking in stage at this point, ready for detail. That's all we're doing. We're filling in the blanks. That's how the picture's looking from a distance. It's coming together slowly. Stick with it, folks. We've done the hard stuff. We're now enjoying the leisurely bit of the steam train. The shadows, the detail, the engine work, and so on. You might think about using a finer brush, a different brush at this point. Betsy Ensley, if you could email us your address, we will do a trace and find out where your missing mug is, your replacement mug. It's lost in the eternal mug thing at the minute, but we'll find it for you. Drop us an email, matt@artistsme.com. Don't put it in the chat, will you? Right, let's get back to the palette, folks. Let's have a look at the grey. We've got it there, it's strong, it's waiting, but here's the thing. I want to lift out a brush full, pop it here, and dilute it. So I've created, with the power of water, a much lighter version of that same heavy grey. Remember, the strength in colour is the key. And if you need to remix that colour heavier, the secret's in the amount of blue you put in. That's the first colour. But honestly, the darker that is, the better. So if you need to make this colour thicker, I've mentioned it quite a few times now, folks. Don't be afraid of the blue with the red to make the purple, and then the yellow, of course. Richness and strength is your best friend. And then we've got this very pale one. What do we want the pale grey for? That's the first one we're going to use. You can see the colour. It's this one here. Test the colours. Top right of your screen. Test your colours. Compare them. Make sure the colours is pale. What I want to do with this is when I'm painting the bogies, and I've been waiting to say that for a long time, and basically the wheels need to go in, and I want to do it quite loosely, so stick with me, because what I want to do is I'm just going to basically fill in and put some random bits in between. Random bits of nonsense. We can all do that, can't we? Paint a bit of nonsense. Oh yes. But you see, just random bits of light grey in the middle here on the wheels. Then you clean your brush. Got that tissue there. You wipe your brush almost dry, and you basically go in and you scribble this damp brush over the area, and it's going to wash it. It's going to look a bit messy, but it's the dark grey that's going to be your best friend a little bit later, but that's just taking the white away. So you fill it in, as you can see, very loosely, and you skim over with a damp brush, which you've dapped off the excess water on tissue, and that is what's going to give us this nice soft edge. Okay. Same thing on the steam as well. If you want your steam to be more steamy, you can use this colour, but here's the trick. Here's the trick. Let me do it first. You can decide. You can decide. So I've picked up this pale grey. I've wiped off the excess, so I've got a dry brush. I've pinched the bristle, so it's a little bit sort of, get the focus to come back. There you go, a bit spiky. And have a look at the steam, folks. What we're going to do here, you can decide. You basically brush in the edge coming out. Can you see almost how I'm holding the brush flat to the paper? Have a practice at this one first if you want to. I'm sort of scuffing it against the surface. Can you see what I mean? Very dry on the tissue first, remember. Because the steam tends to come out darker. And then what you do is you clean the brush, you wipe it almost dry, you pinch it again, and then you sort of skim over the edge of that grey, and it sort of blends it into the area, blend it into the white area. So it's the transition between the dark into the light coloured steam. And feel free to pick up more colour and add extra little layers of it if you wish. But it's quite an unnatural thing to paint, putting dark colour in your sky. It's not something what you normally avoid it, but on a picture with a steam train, obviously it needs this little bit of steam. Again, clean the brush on the tissue, and then you've got water to scribble it away, blend it away. Give it a soften, work it in, soften, blend, scrub, and you can see how it gives that nice impression. It looks lovely. Now if you're concerned about doing that, have a look online, folks. You do see some images, and I've got a photograph here that I took quite a while ago on the old North Yorkshire Railway, and the steam is white. The steam is white. So you don't have to do that if it worries you. But if you do, you pick the paint up, you wipe it off, you pinch your bristle, and then you go in and you just basically tickle the edge like so. The brush is almost flat to your paper. You wipe it dry and you go in and you sort of scribble around it. Now white paint's going to feature later, so if you do something you're not happy with, please don't worry, because white paint is going to come in. But that looks quite effective, that. It's a nice little bit of steam coming out in the direction, of course. It's nice, and it's something to try. It's something to try if you wish. If you wish. It's your call. If you want to play it cautious, then just don't do it, basically. It's in your hands. But it's basically using the brush almost like that. Sort of flat. But the secret is dry brush. Of course, the secret is dry brush. Every time. Water, work on one section at a time. it's nice. It's nice, and it's what you'd expect to see on a steam train as well. While I'm tinkering around, I'm just looking at this foreground where the grasses are, and I've got some of the green still, and I'm going to do a similar thing with the green here, from earlier. I'm just going to darken the edge of the tracks here a little bit, because I want it to be, I feel it could be a bit darker here, so I've just picked up a relatively dark green. Again, if you run out of it, it's just blue and yellow, or just natural green, the dark green, and I've just darkened the edge of the, sort of where the tracks run. Down there, just in that corner. I think if it's darker there, it'll lift the picture up. Can you see just here along this edge? It's up to you how you do that, but I feel it could be a little bit darker just in that area. It's quite effective. It's quite effective. Hello to Joan from California, it's just joined us. I bet it's nice and hot there, is it? Now it's getting close to the virtual painting retreat. The virtual painting holiday is on the horizon. About 4 weeks away. So if you've not booked in already, there's a link in the description for the video. Here's a bit of information about it. 20th, 21st, 22nd of July. 3 days watercolour tuition where you sit down and have 3 days of being transported to the Lake District for a sunset painting, Venice, the streets of Venice, and of course a Mediterranean seascape. So each day I will teach you how to do those pictures, working from, it'll be almost as though you're there, as much as we can, of course, and you'll see a live feed of a video running in the background, and you get 3 days of tuition. If you can't take part live, don't worry, because it's yours to keep, very much like today is. So for the 3 days it's £50. Small numbers on this one, so it's not as many people that do this workshop. We'll be doing that one, so smaller numbers, and that's because you can send in live questions all the way through the workshop anytime on email. We'll critique the pictures if you want them critiquing, of course, and it'll be a nice way to make up for the fact that painting holidays aren't taking place this year because of the old COVID and a few other reasons. Now, just back to the picture a second. I mentioned this corner here. I've been quite enjoying tinkering in this corner. Can you see I've used some dark green? I mean, when I say dark green, it's basically yellow and blue. This colour here, look. I've just wiped the brush on tissue, and I'm using that colour. And I'm just feeling this corner here. I'm going to pop little tiny flicks of green paint, and it's going to give me the impression of a bit of grass just in this corner, it kind of connects these two foreground sections together, I think, with the little bits of flowers and things. And of course you've got the red if you need more flowers. You've got that option. Or any other colours you decide. I think it's a nice little foreground area, that. And of course it matches nicely with the colour of the train. There we go. So you can see I've popped a little bit more work in these grasses and things, and it just kind of frames the picture, in my opinion. That's kind of what it's all about. Lynn's looking forward to the retreats. Betsy's took time off work to enjoy it. Wonderful. Joe's booked as well, and it's going to be a wonderful. It's going to be a wonderful few days, folks, of tuition. You can paint along live, or as we mentioned, you can paint after the event because it's yours to keep. You can send your pictures in for critique if you want to. Not everyone's into that, but you can. And it should be a wonderful few days. Escapism. That's what it is. Pure escapism. Back to the train. So, this strong grey that we've been talking a lot about, if it's gone a bit dry, just pop the tiniest bit of water. Number 6 brush I'm going to start with. I may, possibly, because it's a bit of a detail session, might have to go into a finer rigger brush at some point, but we shall see how we feel. Strong grey being the secret, please don't be afraid to use it strong. What we're going to do first is put some dark areas on the front of the train and a few shadows. The strength in colour is the best thing you could get here. Remember the blue, the red, the yellow. Stronger the better. I'm just mixing a bit more colour because I want it to be very heavy. Add more blue as you progress to make the colour stronger. But honestly, I mean, you can. If I show you the palette close up here, just look how thick that paint is, look. You can see. And if you rotate your brush through your fingers and sort of draw it over the edge, if your size 5 or 6 brush is quite new, it's probably got quite a decent point on it. Even just a bit of a tap on some kitchen paper is quite useful as well. It just removes the excess colour. And literally hold this thing like a pencil, but use whatever brush you're comfortable with. Use whatever brush you're comfortable with, and strength in colour is very important. Let's start off by painting in the front of the train. I'm not really worried about where light's coming from or any of that stuff, but keeping things nice and simple, we're going to pop a thin line across the top of the funnel, and then we're going to paint a line across the top of here, across the top of here, and then being a bit careful, again you might want to use a finer brush for this, paint lines across the top of the carriages. Now steam trains, as you know, have all sorts of nice little quirky bits of detail and interesting things, so you can pop in some little interesting little bits and pieces, whether it be a few pipes or a bit of steampunk stuff going off. But you can just pop in some little bits of nonsense, little spots of nonsense basically across the top of there, okay? Which is quite nice. Love it. And then we're going to paint in the underneath of this funnel And this is how we're going to do the funnel. Stick with me, folks. It's going to sit nicely. Across the top of the curve. And we'll get a bit closer in for you. And we're going to basically come from this corner here down to that corner there. Okay, I'll stop in a second because this domed section, I'm sure there's a technical name for it. Is going to go in the same as well. Following the curve, and then you sort of put like a C shape inside it. Can you see how we've sort of just done almost one half of it? So if you get yourself to that stage first, make sure you're happy with how the paint's been blocked in. So you've painted probably 2/3 of it, and you've left a section. That section is where the light's going to catch. I'm not worried about where sun is or anything. It's what makes the picture here. Strong colour. Do that first for me. Block those sections in, and then I'll show you how to blend it. And to blend it, you very simply clean your brush really well. Wipe it about 3, maybe 4 times. Hold your brush and then come to that grey and basically move. Can you see how the brush goes over the top of the grey? And you sort of move it across. And simply, you fill it in. You fill it in. Like so. And can you see how it gives you this sort of round shape of the engine? The funnels. There you go. Love that. What a difference that makes. Give it a go, folks. I'll stop there and let you catch up with that a little bit. Mary Kelly's booked on as well. So is Jackie. So an almost dry brush is what we use. I love that steam coming out of the funnel. Suits it. It does. This grey is going to totally transform this. Please do. Well done to you guys that are still with us. Stick with us for this one, because this is it right now. This is the bit. This is the bit. This is where it all kind of transforms and makes sense. My favourite bit of the workshop, this last, section where you put the dark in, really comes alive. Now this dark colour as well, again, it's very strong. It also needs to run around this area. Now what we're going to do here is be very gentle to go around this. Let me do this first for you. So I'm resting on the paper here. But I'm only going to paint it where it's not overlapping. That chimney. Let me get closer in for you. So I'm working all the way around it. So it's an outline in that door, the front door. But if you notice, I've not gone across the top of there because I don't need to, because I've got the dark already in place. I'll stop once I've blocked it in and give you a chance to do it. I'm rotating the board to make it easier to do, in case you're wondering what it's doing. But you look at that, you can see it kind of sits along this bottom section here. But if you look, you can see I've just outlined it, but only where it is exposed. Where it meets these two chimneys, I've not gone across the top. Does that make sense? Ring round it, clean your brush, wipe it almost dry, put your brush on the inside of it, and like you just did with the funnel, just rest on your paper, smooth that colour round, keep refreshing the brush, wipe it almost dry. Not 2 taps this time, because your paint's so heavy, you can quite easily have an almost dry brush. It's probably just got the right amount of water on, and you can see I'm ringing it round here, look, smoothing it in, blending the colour what's there. If you've got an obvious outline, just put some grey inside like that, because it's all dark, that area, but obviously the light catches it in different ways. But hopefully you can see how that's just added a bit of detail around that central face. Okay. Well said, Betsy, and Jackie as well. Love it. Great. Looking forward to doing the virtual painting retreat. It's going to be great. I mean, it's 3 days of painting, but if you can't manage 3 days, you can do it at your leisure, as it were, which is the good thing about them. It's nice. Start putting little bits in. This is honestly, this is going to change. You've got to stay with us here. This is it. One section at a time. White paint's going to feature as well, so do stick around for that. If you want to use a finer brush, and we probably will end up bringing in something like this into the equation, a rigger brush, or in this case a branching detail brush, because there is going to be a few bits of detail. It's up to you. It's a steam tray. Naturally, it's going to have detail in it. This middle section, how are we going to do this? Okay, well, we're going to basically paint like a giant C shape. Try and leave a bit of a light line. Don't worry if you can't. Let me do the first bit for you. Notice how I rest on the paper when I do this kind of thing. Now, when I say C shape, what I mean is something like that. Can you see what I've done? I've sort of done half of it, and I've tried to leave a natural white line here. Then you clean your brush, then you do your taps on your tissue again, and you put your brush in that grey and you move it over like you did with your funnel. They're slightly curved, these areas, so we're going to try and maintain that if we can. And that's why we're doing this little bit of a blend. Smooth it all in. There you go, and you can see that kind of raised, almost like a door, which is exactly what it is. It's a door, basically. As long as your brush is damp, you can go back in and just smooth it in, because the colours are so strong. Very easy, and again, the palette shows you the richness of colour here. Look, if your colour gets a bit dry, just add a touch of water to it, just a little bit. You know, as we always say, it's important to get the colour right. So strong blue, red, yellow. That's your secret for that. That's your secret for that, really. Light and dark working together. And if you look at the picture here of the Flying Scotsman, you can see how the similar techniques have been applied. I want to get the light kind of coming in from more the right, I think. I think that'd suit the picture better. It doesn't matter where your light is, really, but that's what my mind is going to tell me. The light's going to come in from the right side, and for me, I think that is going to work better on the train. As I've mentioned many times, light does what it wants. Don't worry about where light is and sticking to that. It kind of takes the joy away from painting. Just relax about it. Andrew's having a few problems with the old stability, so he's using a ruler for painting straight lines. It's a good idea, Andrew, like it. James Priddy, when are the picture mounts back in stock? Still having problems getting hold of them. Like I said a little bit earlier on, there is a bit of a demand for, you know, manufacturing is working like the clappers to get things put out there, so we are doing his best to meet demand. But we've got a good healthy stock of paper, paints, brushes. A good time to order, folks, in the next couple of days, because the prices are going to be going up a little bit, around about 7 to 10%. Not from me, this is from the supplier, okay? Just to put that out there. Lovely. Let's carry on, folks, popping more on. Back to the strong grey. Now that's getting a bit dry, that colour, so a tiny bit of water and the colour just comes alive. It's alive. Rotate it over the tissue if you want to get more of a point from your brush, or use something finer. But a strong colour. Let's pop a shadow underneath. One of the favourite shadows for me is the one that goes underneath here. Let's check that out. This is the plan. What we're going to do here is go all the way on the underneath of this front bumper towards the buffers, around the curve, and all the way down the edge of the wheel. Now stick with me, folks, because what I want to do here is start to block this little section in. So as I'm working with this colour, I'm going to start to fill in and work away from the wheel, following the edge of the track. Can you see that? I'm following the edge of the track. Bring it out. Bring it out. All the way. So you've got a very clean line on the underneath, down the edge of that wheel, and then along the track. But then what we do is once we get to this stage here, so it's almost filled in, you clean your brush, you give it a few wipes on your tissue, and then you pull that colour away. So it leaves a very light edge. And it starts to disappear into the track and into the wheel. Does that make sense? Can you see the shadow? Left a bit of light here, you can see that. You smooth it into the track, look, bring it into the track. That darkness, this is why we use natural grey, this is why we don't use Payne's grey. Look at that, you can see underneath the engine. Brill. Don't be afraid, be terrified, just bring it in, bring it in. Can't go wrong really. Yeah, do you reckon? It's also worth just, while I've got dark here as well, I'm just going to mention this briefly because it's not essential, but some people may possibly, with that grey, want to go a little bit darker on the underneath there and slightly around the edge of the tree, and just dry your brush off and you can just sort of skim it into your trees just a little bit, you know, can you see? So if you want to make the engine pop a little bit forward, the darker the bottom of those trees are, the more the engine is going to come out. You can see that, can't you? Work it into the foliage, just work it in, rough it in. Nice. The darkness underneath, you can imagine, it's like looking under your car, something you do every day I'm sure, but imagine how dark it is underneath that car. I mean, that's a couple of feet, maybe 3 feet off the ground there, if that. So it's going to be dark. It's going to be dark, isn't it, under there? You know what I'm saying. You know exactly what I'm saying. Give it a go. Give it a go. And like I say, if you decide you want to go darker around the trees, any position, you can put some grey in and you can rough it in. Bloody marvellous. Come on, that grey, super bit of colour. Like it, like a bit of grey. We need it in life. Bit of shadow in life, bit of shadow. Put some shadows in, Mr. Palmer. 50 Shades of Grey. You can't go wrong, really. Do you reckon? Beautiful. The darkness is what makes it. Now, if you do happen to cause any problems when you blend that green into your tree, just come back and put a bit of green spots over the top of it to attach it to the picture. A little bit. Bit of attach it. Ah, you see, now this is what I'm waiting for someone to say this. The tree is having the shadow on the wrong side. What I'm doing here, well done, what I'm doing here is I'm not working to a definite light source. You'll never see me do that in my paintings. It's just not how light works. Light is what it wants. What's important here is what works for this train. The fact I might have a darker shadow on one side of a tree, trees don't have definite shadows. Try not to worry about that, please. Trust me, this will make this engine look 3D. If you darken the other side of the engine, that means that all these carriages have got to be in shadow. That's not going to look right. So it's what works for the picture. That is what I've been trying to teach people for a long time. The only time people seem to get that is when we go to the locations for the painting holidays like Cumbria, and you look at the mountains and the sun is on the same side as the dark side of the mountain, and people think, well, that's not right. Well, it is, because you can see it for yourself. Light does what it wants. Honestly, it does what it wants. Let's continue adding darkness between the wheels. We're going to do a simple little one here, folks. You can just about make out a line here, like a little bit of a L shape, just down one side of the wheel. Can you see I've gone back along the top of the track? Can you see that shadow? And then here we're going to go in between each wheel. We're going to basically block it in as a solid dark colour. It's going to be very dark. It's going to sit flush on the track. We'll get some highlights in for the mechanisms, the braces. We'll get to that, but at this stage I just want to block in. Yeah, listen, if you go to a weekly art group and they say, oh, you've got to make sure you put your light source in, it's such a, I don't know, I'm not saying it's a naive way to think, but it's when you get out and you start looking at the real world, light does not work like that. And as a 30-year established artist, you know, honestly, do what works for the picture. That's what I've always done. It's not done me bad so far. Working in between, folks, it's a bit fiddly. Feel free to change brushes at any time. But I've got this number 6 brush. Notice that I'm holding the brush very, very loosely. But I'm resting on the paper. Yeah, working in between the bogies. The wheels. I'm sure there's a reason why they're called bogies, you tell me. Was it for comical effect? And of course this gets finer. But you can see what we're doing, can't you? You can see where we're going with this. We're blocking in, more shadows to come. Keep me quiet. Makes a change. The last one is just a bit of an L shape. Can you see what we've done here? So that was the first one, this L shape here, which if I'm honest, I'm going to dry the brush off and just flick it down the track. Beg your pardon. So you can sort of see where the track goes in, if that makes sense. But that's given us a nice starting point for the wheels. I can just refine them now, make sure that they're all covered in, but we're going to put some light there as well. This is just the next stage. So it's that classic thing, what I've always said, you know, that little saying I say, where's your light coming from? That's always what you get. You go to the art groups and it's the classic saying, where's your light coming from? I'll say just relax and enjoy it. Relax and enjoy it. I'll do you far better. I'm just going to pop in a few little dark flicks on these tracks, then I'll stop, folks, on the screen, look. I'll just pick up some of that grey, give it a bit of a tap on tissue, and I just feel like I want to do a little bit of grey. Almost L shapes along the back of the track, and then sort of shooting off in one direction. Can you see I'm putting a bit of grey? I'm not being too precise and being regimental about it. I mean, if it's anything like the railway tracks around here, they've seen better days. So it gives character, and you get like a little bit of a flick every so often where they attach to the like little L shapes. There you go. Pop that. It's like a grey line, and then every now and again just popping a little bit of a flick for the track. A flick for the track. There we go. It's quite addictive when you get some grey on your brush. You just want to keep cracking on with it. But I'll stop there and give you a bit of time to catch up. You see, if we had this side of the tree here, this right side of this tree lighter, it wouldn't really make sense. And if you look at my trees, it's only that little bit that's darker. Look at those, they're pretty much all dark. So that shadow here was placed on the right side of that tree for the purpose, not for making the tree look 3D, but for making the steam train pop out. So a shadow down there might be cast from the train, or who knows. But the thing is, it's a structural shadow rather than a cast shadow, and that's what I always try and go for. Like here, for example, having the darkness there makes the train leap out against that part of the picture. I hope that makes sense. Beautiful. I could write a book on light and shade, Dave. I'm sure I could. Some people actually call me the grey man. It's just when that John Major, Dave, had, was it John Major in the 90s? Mr. Grey. Mr. Grey was his name. I'm adding a bit of dark here, folks, next to the track. Put some shadows. Can you see I'm sort of darkening the track a little bit and flicking it across? You know, like there's a bit of dark stuff going off and a bit of light, and just incidental things, really. Be random with the track. Don't be too precise about it. I'm just using grey what's on the brush. I've not actually picked any more paint up, and I'm just making sure that things are nice and dark along the edge, which is always good. But that's looking nice. How you doing, folks? Only joking, Dave. I knew you were. I knew you were. Good man. Okay, well, that's looking good, folks. We're going to put some more shadows in and make this thing like a 3D object, and then we can put the finishing details in. And as we've mentioned a few times, sneak in a cheeky bit of white paint as well. That's going to make a difference. Detail is key in these things. Loads of pipes and valves and all sorts of random things going to kick into this thing. But at the minute, I want you to focus your energy with a bit of grey paint on your brush, a bit of a tissue dab, and I want you to make sure that you've got a nice dark, almost a little dark outline on the bottom of the track. It's just going to help the track lift up a little bit. I don't know whether you can see that. I've popped a little bit of grey on the base of that track over there as well. It's just all going to add to the finished result, really. Pop some. These are what I call the incidental lines, and I know it's quite spontaneous, fiddly stuff, but it's there, and it's just going to make it look as though it's got more of a base to it. You can have a lie down after, Pam, if you want. I was always reluctant to do a steam train because I said it'd take a long time to do it. But I've been experimenting with, you know, some different techniques to try and simplify it a little bit, and hopefully the sketch. I mean, I did a lot of preparation for this workshop today, making sure that the sketch was going to go okay, and you did great on the sketch, folks, so well done on that, everybody. Okay, let's carry on, folks. We are getting there. What we're going to do next is get close into the wheels with the grey, of course, and we're going to paint a line all the way across the top of each wheel. So you can either go all the way along or leave a gap, it's up to you. But if you paint a line all the way along the top of each one, and then you clean your brush, maybe 3 wipes on tissue, and then use water to fetch that down. Can you see I'm sort of scribbling down to push the because it has been one of the most requested paintings to do at a workshop as a steam trade, and I was always like, oh no, I'm not going to do this because it's too complex, but hopefully it's simplified it, and hopefully you're not too tired. Don't mention the T word, otherwise people start getting tired. And I popped little brackets on here, actually, little lines. There's a couple of lines on there, little brackets, yeah, on the front. See the little brackets? Got to have them on. Beautiful. The hinges. Yeah, it did take a lot of hard work, this one, Jackie, to put together. It wasn't a workshop I just rolled up on the day to do. It was very much how can we simplify the sketch? How can we make it so it's not too... I mean, this workshop now has been broadcasting live for 4 hours and 35 minutes. Some workshops go into 6 hours, you know, the Panda did, for example. So I think we're doing pretty good on this one, but it is naturally going to be a detailed picture because of what it is. And I went out taking photographs of the North Yorkshire Moors Railway, which is a very picturesque one, a few weeks ago. And that's kind of where the inspiration is from of this picture here. I love how you can paint a line of grey and then water it down. Another good example of cast shadows. Yeah, so the light's coming above, cast down, pushes your bogies underneath.
You what?
Your bogies. Your bogies. Like I say, folks, you might want to be using something finer eventually, a rigger brush, who knows. It's your call, if you want it. If you want it, if you want it. A finer brush, a number 2 brush or something. Inside your bogies, have a little think about popping in some lines. These ones are going to be very quick flicks. See them little flicks? Yeah, just got to be a little bit. Go from the middle and pop some lines around. Doesn't want many. Good job. You see what I mean? It's another way of spending the day, isn't it? Keeping the paint flowing. There you go. Just a little sort of flicks of the darkness that goes in between. As Joan Hall has just said, the grey makes it, and it does. It's true every single time. Every single time. It never fails to do that. how it goes. And the stronger the better, really. The darker the better, the stronger the better. Now you might have spotted me painting in a crafty little C shape on the first couple of wheels. Couple of C shapes. And then I pop some crafty lines around here. And there's a vertical line there. And a spot in the middle. Like a compass. Can you see the little bits of detail I put? I put a line down here. And a spot in the middle. And then I've sort of gone around with these little, like, the clock digits. And it all adds to it. It all adds to it, you know. So it's up to you how far you want to go with it, basically. And a crafty little bit of a C shape just creeping around on the inside of those wheels. Can't go wrong. Jacob, my little boy, who wants this on his bedroom wall because he loves the runaway mine train at Alton Towers. He absolutely loves it. And I said, I want to paint you a runaway mine train. It's not quite a mine train, but you know what I'm saying. So this is going to be, Jacob's going to have this on his wall, this picture. Bless him. It's his favourite. It's his favourite thing. It's a little roller coaster kind of thing. Love it. Detail coming. Almost there, folks. Almost there. We're doing alright on this one. 50 Shades of Grey. Brill, let's pop some more shadows in, folks. We've got some windows here. They all go in nice and dark. Like so, a couple of windows. And then we're going to paint in these windows. Now I've not counted these. I'm sure that some people have. Life's too short. Life's too short. But I want to pop them in. I mean, if you have, then that's obviously fine. But I've just kind of sketched them in freehand, really. Vertical lines. Yeah. And then what I'm going to do is clean my brush or wipe it almost dry. And then just ever so gently feather. Let me show you close in. Feather the paint a little bit. Just a little bit to the right. Especially on those that first carriage. There we are. Just helps it to make it look a little bit more realistic, I think. These two windows you just fill in. Block them in. It's amazing, isn't it, that, you know, young children love trains, you know, they've like, these old trains are still, I mean, look at Thomas the Tank Engine, obviously, you know, but they've maintained this, you know, sort of love, haven't they? Old trains, train sets and various things. We're on the final journey back home now. We are. Just make sure that grey's nice and strong, folks. I've run out of it, so here's the mix for you in case you missed it. Blue, juicy, with the red, and then the yellow. You know what we're doing. There it is. If it comes out too green, put more red in it. If it comes out too brown, put more blue in it. but that's looking like it's about where it wants to be. Beautiful bit of grey. Juicy and thick. If you're still with us, which most of you are, good on you. Pete, I think you might be right. I'll have a bottle of ale from the Buffy carriage. Pete's having a G&T. Here's. Can't fault you. Right, I've got that grey. Some of the shadows I'm really looking forward to getting in are these ones, and I'll show you this. So first of all, you've got 2 internal pencil lines for the carriages. You've got 2 internal pencil lines, hopefully. What we're going to do there is go straight down each one with the grey. And then clean the brush, give it a good 3 or 4 wipes on the tissue, and then just ever so gently feather that to the right side. It'll give you the separation between the carriages. Look at that, love that. You can really see, can't you now? What a difference that makes. A couple of lines of grey, 50 shades of grey. Every little helps. If you feel that you've got problems with your wheels, get a bit of water on your brush, dry it off, and you can skim around and you can pop in some, you can sort of smudge the paint in a little bit like I'm doing here. Look, I'm just going in and I'm sort of softening any bits of grey lines that don't look right. You can reactivate watercolour, it'll take away the detail. And as Leslie says, you can come back at any time to these pictures, which is great. It's all part of the fun, yeah? It's really giving this thing a nice base to sit on. I want to paint in one of the key shadows, and it's this one here, look, with the grey over the top of this red. It's going to come down here. I'm going to fill it in a little bit. It's going to come over the top of this mound and around the back of this curvy thing a little bit. Can you see what I've done? I've done an L shape, gone down and then around that mound, which is kind of the wheel arch. Clean your brush, you wipe it dry. Now that red underneath will not come off, so as long as you've got a damp brush you can just move that grey so it disappears. And what that'll do is make the box part of the engine stand forward, of course. Can you see what I mean? It like gives you like a 3-dimensional wedge, a block, a box. It pops forward. Beautiful. And of course you can see how it really comes over the top of that light, that lamp. The old lamp. Heather stops breathing when she paints. I think I do as well if I'm doing detail. I mean, I've got used to talking while I'm painting, which is kind of, you know, it comes from the job. But yeah, you're right actually, Heather. I think that some people do hold the breath when they're painting. But look how that little shadow does make quite a difference, don't it, to the engine again. It all kind of comes together. You're getting there, folks. You're on the final thing now. It's worth sticking with it. We're still doing okay for time. We're just coming up to the 4 hours 50 minutes. That includes the first 25 minutes advertisement and the 30-minute break. So I reckon we're probably about 20-30 minutes left of this and we should be there. Do stick with us. There's one more shadow like this. I'm going to show it you, and then you can do it at your leisure. And it's basically going to be here. So it's on this corner. It's on that corner near that window, and it's going to go up here a little bit. It doesn't matter if you paint over the window. You clean your brush, you give it your 3 or 4 wipes, and then you use water to move that colour. You can always add more work to your window later, but you soften that over like that, and it's the edge of the train. You can see for yourself. My advice to you would also be to go down the side of that chimney, if that's what it is. I don't think it is a chimney. I'm sure there's a technical name for that part of the train. It's like a little sort of lumpy thing. But a little bit of shadow down that edge next to it. Clean brush, 3 or 4 wipes, move it over into the red, and that's going to give you the, as though it's behind it. That single shadow there is given the depth to the train. Hopefully you're still with me and you can see this happening. I know it's fiddly, but it's a steam train. There's nothing more fiddly, unless you painted a space shuttle maybe. They might be quite fiddly. You can really see that shape of that train coming out now, can't you? Just to recap the fact that I keep rotating the brush over the tissue to make it more pointy. There's one last real big shadow to go, and that's the one that separates the engine from the carriages, and we'll do that in a second. I want to pop a little, this one's an optional one, folks. I'm going to show it you and then you can decide. On the bottom section of the carriages, I sketched in 2 pencil lines. On the bottom one, I want to do an L shape, a line, another line, like that. And then I'm just going to pop in some random little spots of detail, and then that line I've just put across with a clean dry brush, I'm just going to lightly feather it down so it almost gives a change in direction. Every little bit helps. These are optional shadows. I mention this a lot, but they are. Same at the top here as well. If you want to make it look more realistic, you could add a line slightly underneath the roof, again in grey. See that line? I've left a gap between the roof as I've done that. Clean the brush on the tissue, so it's almost dry, and then just lightly feather it down. It's up to you. You've come this far, why not? Beautiful. I feel like I have to explain that we're still painting, but it's a detailed picture. Very much so. All these little lines are making it, aren't they? Pop in a bit of a line to represent a bit of a door. See that sort of. I've basically just got a very dry brush, look. And I'm popping in a couple of lines coming down, which will help to represent a bit of a, a bit of a door or something. It's up to you. It's all there. Marvellous. I'm just fiddling around, folks. I've added a bit of extra ground underneath my steam. It's up to you. You don't have to. I think most people are probably okay with that, but I just decided I felt like I wanted to get a bit of extra shadow under the steam there. That's obviously a pale grey for that. What should we call the train? Let's call it Remlap. Remlap. What is Remlap? Remlap is Palmer spelled backwards. Dedicated to my dad. My dad was into, he had his boats and his yachts were called Remlap. He used to be a boat builder and I used to call them Remlap, so it's the Remlap, this one. Nice. Okay. Let's add a few more little bits of shadows. We're on to the big shadow now that separates the carriage from the engine. On screen, you've got your pencil line down here where the red colour meets the cream colour. This wants to be nice and shadowy. Shadowy. Yeah, shadowy. It's going to come down here like this. A nice clean edge. Slightly angled at the bottom. You might, let's get close into that. You might recall me talking about that. And then what you do with this one is you make it wider. It's one of the widest shadows you get. It's where the engine meets the carriage. And then what you do right at the beginning, do you remember sketching in a little block here? Yeah, that seems a long time ago. Well, that's kind of there for a reason. What that is, that's the little bit of open cabin. So it comes down just a touch and then goes off, and you fill that in. You fill it in. It's like a big wedge of dark, and basically There you go. It's the little bit where the engine driver sticks his arm when he's having a brew or two, and it's that little bit of shadow that goes in. Bro, like that. Nice little bit of, it kind of just connects it all together. I mean, imagine how dark it'd be in there, you know what I mean? Pop it on for me, that wedge of darkness, and then we'll put some finishing touches on. Just want to do a quick shout out, folks, because we are getting quite full for the workshop. Well done for sticking around, though, by the way, on this one. It's not as lengthy as the Grand Canyon or the Panda one, nowhere near, but it's down maybe the last 20 minutes. We're going to put some white painting very soon as well, and some highlights which will make the biggest difference. You've done the hard stuff, stick with us. I'm going to go and get myself a glass of water, maybe, and I'll pop back in 5. And I just want to mention this workshop here is getting quite full. Get yourself booked in for this workshop, the 11th of July. There it is. And of course that is the sea turtle, the beautiful sea turtle in the gorgeous sea, in watercolours, some nice techniques. Remember, if you book in, you stand the chance of winning £150 worth of art materials and a signed watercolour book, which was donated by Brian. So got a great giveaway, folks, and if you booked in, you're automatically entered in. So I want to just grab a quick glass of water, come back, and then I want to show you the finishing touches on the train. Do stick with us for the last 10 minutes. Casey Jones, yeah, beautiful. I'm loving the train, folks, really. I mean, it's coming together. Yeah, it's definitely REM lap, this one. Okie dokie folks, I'm going to crack on then. I've just grabbed another coffee there from the Buffy car. And a British Rail sandwich. Beautiful, beautiful thing, beautiful. Nothing on it. Single slice of ham folded in half. The famous British Rail sandwiches from the 80s and 90s, eh? Them were days, them were days, them were days. Can't go wrong, folks. That grey is going to have a couple more uses just yet. Let's pick up the grey. You might want to find a brush, rotate it over the tissue, like so you get a point. But you might want to use something finer. It's up to you. Something pointy. It's your call. What we're going to do here is add a couple of lines and a bit of detail on this part of the engine. First of all, you've got some pencil lines that come down. I want to pop one. This one comes down here and sort of comes down and around like so. Can you see that? It's like a big joining line. And then there's one that comes down here as well. So there's basically a line that runs up here and down there. What do we want this for? Basically, it's going to create some separation. But this faceplate, this bumper, also needs a line of dark going all the way across the top of it and over the corner. Can you see that big L shape down there and down there like that? Why have we done that? Because clean the brush, wipe it almost dry, come back to those lines and ever so gently give it a very gentle feather. A feather is just kind of tickling the edge basically. Same here as well, just ever so gently tickling the edge of this thing. It'll just make the face stand forward. It's always going to be a detailed one, this. You knew what you signed up for when you put the uniform on, yeah? Doing a steam train. Tickle the edge up. Nice. Nice bit of, you know, detail. Look how it makes that front plate pop out. That's good. It is a long way, and Jackie, and a big thank you for that. She just put, it's been one of the best workshops. We're still not finished yet, but and take care driving. Yes, we've got a long journey down to the book publishers later on this afternoon. Maybe I should get the train. What a difference they've made, them little lines, especially this one here across the top of this sort of bumper at the front there, if that's the right way to call it. And it just, I don't know, it just adds a bit of interest, don't it, to it? It does. It's picking up the grey, it's wiping it off on tissue. That's your secret. A couple more examples of this around this area. One of them would be around the back of these lights, around the top of these bumpers where they are exposed and meet the, so you go around them, same there as well, go around that one, outline them, and then you clean your brush and you wipe it on tissue and you just give it a bit of a soften, a bit of a blend, like so. Feather it away from them. It's like a bit of shadow, I suppose, really, you could say. So it makes them look almost like the 3D. Almost like three-dimensional, aren't they? I did catch the train once from Derby railway station to Tunbridge Wells, and I had to go into London, St Pancras, change there and go to a tube line somewhere, and then get a tube line to such about 4 trains. I thought, you know what, let's just drive. Because I do go down there quite a lot, because that's where the publishers are based. A few more bits of grey, folks, for those people that want to do it and are still with me. On the face of the building, not the building, on the face of the train, we've got these interesting little valves and cylinders which are going to be painted in, basically. These little square things here. Can you see them? Them little rectangular square plates. And feel free to pop in some little pipes and little bits of detail. I'm just popping a few little grey lines here and there across the top of this as well. You know, this little upside down sort of table there. I'm just going to pop that in. It's got a little bit of dark on, and some little random bits of detail on the front there. Have a look at those, you can see what I've done. I've added little bits of interest. So if I stop there, you can see I've added a few little fiddly grey lines. These little sort of cylinders here have gone in. I put like a little bit of a question mark or a capital G on the front of that bumper there. Just hear that. Popped in some random lines for the door, maybe. That's what it is, I don't know. You tell me. Every little helps, and I know I keep saying that, but it is true. And we've all earned a gin and tonic and a glass of beer for this one. But well done to everyone that's taken part. Thank you for all support. Love it. See? We've got the detail there. We have detail. I'm going to pop a bit of grey. See that little curvy grey line there? It all goes towards making the picture. I think out of all the pictures that we were doing, this one was always going to be, I don't think a challenge, I just think it's just naturally going to be detailed. But look at that beautiful train you've created there. So well done if you're still here. I just keep putting random nonsense on it. Random nonsense. Like a bit of an L shape, look. Just random stuff. You've all seen steam trains in person, but all these little grey lines and dots I'm adding, folks, and I'm sure that some people have drifted off here, but Pete's buying. If you still, here's the deal, okay? Here's the deal. Right, here it is. Listen, for those people that are still with me, if you're still with me at the end of the workshop, I'm gonna get a beer at the bar. and have a drink with you to celebrate a wonderful victory of this picture. So if you're still with us after the workshop's ended, I'll keep live for 5 minutes and we'll have a toast to keeping the paint flowing if you're still here. And don't forget, we're going to pick some winners very soon as well. Stick some lines on. Who's having a drink with me at the end? Come on, pop it in. I'm not driving for a good few hours. In fact, I'm having an alcohol-free drink, but that's nothing to do with, you don't know that. It's going to be alcohol-free beer. Who's staying for a drink? Give me a thumbs up. A virtual drink of an alcohol-free lager. Carol's staying for one. Betsy's staying for one. All them little grey spots are making such a difference here. I'm adding a bit more grey to the base of these trees while it's on the brush. I'm not wasting it, because all these little shadows are going to make such a difference. They really are. If you can see a natural area where this tall tree meets the other tree, just pop in some grey. See that grey there? It just kind of grounds it. It grounds it. And I don't know whether you can see this, but I'm just popping a bit of grey at the bottom of these. Make the tracks pop out a little bit more as well. The darker the better, really, for that. Love that. Joan's having one. Nigel said it's the best workshop ever. Carol App said she can't drink. Pauline's having a drink. Sadie's having a drink. Irene's having a bud. Good on you. If only I could. I'm driving. But I can have an alcohol-free drink. Heather Burley, thank you for the fab workshop and have a safe journey. And yes, so I can pass those details on, no problem. Lynn's having a drink, Rosemary. We've all learnt it, folks. It's been a long couple of weeks for us because we've had a bit of time off through ill health and various things. And yeah, it's been a nice workshop. I've enjoyed this. It's right up my street. We've got a successful steam train here, but there is one last thing I want to do on the picture. If you're still with me, 122 people still with me. We'll start with 160, so we've lost a few today. It was inevitable. I want to pop a little bit of random nonsense there for the name. A little bit of a random sort of few spots, and then I'm just going to finish off by bringing some white paint into play. Okay, a little bit of white paint is going to feature on the picture very soon. If you are still sticking paint on, folks, if you've been and you've wandered around some old railway footpaths and sidings, there's always a nice rustic fence post. It's been there since the 1940s, running down the side, keep the kids away. So if you want to pop a little bit of character into your side of your picture, why not think about popping in a little bit of a old rustic fence post or two. I'm just using grey, but it's nice. It kind of gives a bit of detail and a bit of scale to that part of the picture. Yeah, you'd imagine it being there, wouldn't you? You know, a little bit of an old rustic fence, keep the riffraff away. Denise is having a drink. Pete's having a drink. Trish is definitely having a drink. A nice wine, Trish, is in order. You've earned it, all of you. But I hope you've got the idea that I just keep, you know, popping a few little bits and bobs on this thing. A few little lines here and there go a long way, like the train. Love the rustic fence post, by the way. That's great, that. If you missed any of those last bits, folks, I mentioned darkening the bottom of the tree. Down here. The darker there, the better, the more the engine's going to pop out. Don't be afraid also to add some old fence posts. Almost there. It's a good feeling that we've got there. Over here, it's tempting as well, while I've got grey hanging around, to add a bit of darkness along the base of these trees, especially up the back of the engine. As the extras said, to bring that grey in, like so. Beautiful. Liking it. I'm just going to pop in a bit of random dry brush work. I mean, I've got literally the last little bit of paint on the brush. Can you see that little bit of rough grey? If you splay your bristles, you can pop some little bits of texture around the foreground here. Just a bit of grey. The engine's finished, so detailed. It just wants a little bit of white on it, that's all, in a few places, if you wish. Just adds a bit of character. I love that fence post there, that. Great. Beautiful. Brill. Okay, I just want to pop in a few little valves and things. Little pipes. Have a look at this image here from the North Yorkshire Moors Railway. Look at all these little bits of sort of pipes and valves and things, okay? Steampunk, okay? So what I've actually got in my palette, this is it now, folks. This is it. In the palette here, we can see I've got some white. Popped a little square of gouache or opaque white or whatever. Bit of water on the brush. Feel free to use a finer brush. You want to work it into the white. If you've got some white, use it quite thick. Try and get a point out of the brush if you can. So you can see I've got some white paint on there. There it is. And have a practice first. Make sure you can get quite a fine point out of it. Have a little go. Have a little go with white paint, and you decide if you want to put it on or not. The picture kind of works without it, but there's just so much interesting detail on these engines, which is why I think that they work so well. First thing I'd want to do is I'd want to work kind of below the bumper where those buffers are at the front there. I just want to pop in a couple of little little pipes and things which just kind of do that sort of thing, little L shapes. Even if you're careful, you can just pop a little bit of white on the edge of those wheels, you know, those first couple of wheels there. It just makes them look a little bit more 3D. It's up to you. Pop little bits of white paint and pop a little bit on that edge. See that little bit down that edge there? Across the top. It's up to you, folks. For me, white's going to make this thing lift up. It's a metal. Look at that white. Look at the contrast it's done. Have a little think about that. Pop some more little white bits of pipes, and of course the I don't know what you call it, but like the mechanism that connects the wheels together is going to go across, and they're very interesting, some of these. Some of these little bits and bobs that drives the engine, of course, drives the wheels. There it is. See the little bits and pieces I'm just adding on. If you're still here, stick them on. If not, the picture kind of works without it. Can you see these little L shapes of white paint just on the main engine? If you're still here. Beautiful. So just to quickly, connecting rods, there you go. Phoebe's been a bit quiet today. She has, and Phoebe, you're a bit of a railway fan, I believe. I'm just going to pop in a little bit of white on the edge of those fence posts if they overlap the green. This is the after hours version now. I'm doing the extra little mile here, folks. The connection rods go in there nice, like so. What a difference they make. But all these little bits, these little pipes and little valves and things, I mean, they are there. So if you're going to paint them in. But let me recap where I've put the white paint. Okay, the first thing I did was that little sort of upside down L shape. I popped a bit of light on the front of the first couple of wheels. I popped these connection rods in. I added a little bit of white to the fence posts, which is really nice. Even, and you might have missed this one, a little flick of white. Let me try and show you this. A little flick of white just where the track disappears into the engine. So like on the top of the polished track. Because you'd imagine a little bit of white there, wouldn't you? Know it's all shiny. And even some little impressions of the track going back under the engine. These all make a difference. Where else did I put some white? I put a little bit of an L shape here. Little bits of detail, bits of pipe work. There's a bit around there as well, which I imagine is the bar that you turn to open the door. I love that little L shape here. It goes across the top of this bumper and down. That's cracking there, that little L shape just there, love that. And even just here, look, that little bit of light that kind of runs down there. So that's the finishing touches, in my opinion, to the engine. It's not going to be 100% accurate architecturally, but I think for a watercolour workshop, you've got your money's worth, folks. Look at that, even that little L shape next to that window. Boom, it just makes it pop. It makes it pop every time. A little bit of white down the edge of the chimneys. Love a bit of white paint, as you know. Look at that, beautiful. Stunning, stunning bit of focal point with a bit of white paint. It's up to you if you want to put them in. If you want to put them in. But it's there. It's there. It's all there for you. Catching a bit of light. It's quite addictive putting the bits of white on. So I put little bits down the edge of them little valve things. But it's all good. It's all good. It is all good. I want to pick some winners while you're sticking your white on. Because we're giving away a print of the Flying Scotsman. We're giving away a painting of Hawaii, a beach scene of Hawaii. So I'm giving away this here, an original, this Hawaiian sunset sort of seascape. There it is, original. And then a print, I'll leave that there for you. And then a print, if I can show you that. This print here to one person as well, purely a one-off. I'll leave that on for you, folks. Have a little close-up at the white. Don't forget to pop it on the edge of the tracks. It's all focused around the front of the engine and on the fence post. But I want to pick the winners. Then I want to grab an alcohol-free beverage and have a drink to celebrate this, which is something I would have never have thought to have talked with you, purely because of the amount of detail. But you've pulled it off, folks. You've pulled it off. You're still with me, most of you. Well done if you are. I want to pop a frame on this picture as well, because it'd be lovely to see it in a frame. There it is. But it's little bits like the little bits of white on the connecting rods, the little frame of the window, around this brace and under here, have made such a big impact to the picture, and I really am pleased that a huge majority of you are still here. I'm just going to show you it in a frame because it looks lovely. Thoroughly enjoyed it. It's got to be in my top 5 favourite paintings of this year without question. I'm going to sign the picture here. And a massive well done to everybody that has taken part in that workshop. But I want to pick some winners now. There's a couple of winners. I'll pop that just there so you can see the detail on the engine still. There it is. And I'm sure some people are going to disappear now, so just before you do, just to say well done. Do finish it. Put that white on, because that, without question, that, I mean, let's have a look at it. That white around here is the biggest difference of all. Really has made the thing pop. So have a go at it. If your white fades a little bit, just give it a second coat, but just try the white. I'd love to see your pictures on Facebook as well. Matthew Palmer Artist. It's great to see. Well done. You've all learned to drink. I'll be having a drink in about 5 minutes. I'm just going to pick some winners. And please do book in for this workshop next time. A much more relaxed picture, of course, the animals. And we've painted lots of animals pictures throughout these workshops. So give them a go. All the previous ones are available here. So all these previous ones you can see, you can purchase them all. There's the giraffe, there's the hedgehog, there's the birds, of course, lots of birds and robins, stags, butterflies. It's all been a pleasure to paint, but this one today, it's got to be in my top 5 of all of the 65 workshops that we've done. It's been great. So I'll leave that on screen, folks. I'll let you fiddle with your white, as they say, and I want to go and pick some winners and then grab a drink to have a toast with you to celebrate a victory that, of course, is today's engineering marvel, the railway. The white just makes such a difference, such a big difference. Still here, folks, just picking the winners, randomly generated when our computer decides to work. But it's amazing how putting the white on the edge next to those dark areas just almost gives a 3D feel. And of course it looks lovely with a mount as well, don't it, that picture? It really frames it up nice. So, well done, well done, well done, well done. Well, if you're still here, folks, I've got some winners. I've got some winners of the two prizes for today's workshop. So if you was booked in for today, everybody is entered, whether you booked online or you paid vouchers, etc. the winner of the Flying Scotsman print, which is very much a one-off, is Leslie Park. Well done to Leslie. That will get sent out to you within the next week to 10 days. Well done to Leslie Park. That picture is yours. I'm sure you'll enjoy that. And this painting here, this nice sunset scene here, well done to Alison Turner. Alison Turner, that picture is yours. Massive well done to Alison Turner. You in this here. And the Flying Scotsman print, the one-off print, is going to go to Leslie Park. So well done to both of you, and well done to every single person that has took the time out of the day to paint this train, because for me it's been one of the favourite workshops, and I think because it's just so different. It's so different, and it's detailed, yes, but hopefully I've learnt some techniques in it. And a big well done to everybody. But as always, the devil is in the detail, and that white paint right at the end really made that steam train pop out the page. And of course, a big well done to everybody that's taken part today. We've been to the Buffy car. We've got an alcohol-free beer. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for joining in. You've all learned to drink if you still start painting, so massive well done. Keep well, keep safe, and of course, keep the paint flowing. Cheers. That's actually not bad for alcohol-free drink. Heineken 0%. Cheers. You've all earned it. You've all earned it today. Cheers to Pam. Cheers to Ray. Who else is here? Alison. Cheers to Alison. Rosemary. Karen. Joan. Sadie. Pam from Southam. Well done for today. I felt like I've worked hard today, but I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it. Cheers to Carol, Charlene, Lorna, March, Betsy. Cup of tea for Betsy. Yeah, 11:15 in the morning in America. Is it, or is it Canada? Well, for the, and Mary. And of course, for the friends who join us every week from America, let's have an early, do you say Happy Independence Day? Maybe, but anyway, cheers. Have a great time next Sunday celebrating independence, and of course I'll be celebrating a birthday, and it'll be a fortnight that we do the painting, of course, of the sea turtle, which will be a very relaxed picture compared to this structured picture, but I enjoyed that. I had a great time, so well done. book, Brian, is next week. So we're picking the book next week. The book is part of next week's prize, Brian. Here it is. The book. And of course the £150 art material prize as well. Cheers to Devin, Julie. Carol Laps is knackered. Alma's enjoyed it. Well done. Hello to you, Alma. I hope you're keeping well. Don't forget to pop your pictures on Facebook. Pete's having a tangerine gin. Cheers. Quite a few people did miss last week. I got quite a lot of people emailing me saying that they'd been sat waiting for the workshop to start. Last week, of course, was the 20th of June, but of course it wasn't on because it was Father's Day, so I took the day out, and it's just worked out that I'm missing next week. But going forward, after next week, it will be back to every Sunday or Saturday. It might be the occasional Saturday and the occasional one that we missed, but hopefully you're still going to keep booking them and enjoy them. And again, don't forget, if you wanted to pay for a block booking, get in touch, buy some vouchers, buy 4 or 5 of the same workshop. It'll automatically enter you into a weekly booking for the workshop. So there you go. It's good, this isn't having a drink at the end. Shall we do this every week? Preferably when I'm not driving. When I do my normal in-person workshops, I quite often after on the way back I'll call in for a pub for a drink and a bite to eat. So here we go. It's the home bar today. But anyway, well done everybody. Yes, Pete, we can. When you're 60, absolutely. No problem. Bottoms up. Yeah. Well done.